And welcome and hello. I messed that one up. Hello and welcome to the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Re-Watch-Along Project. This is podcasting the way it used to be and the way you like it. This show is a production of the Something Else Podcast Network, and it's episode number 004 of Smoky Mountain Wrestling from February 22nd, 1992, taped November 27th, 1991, in Morristown, Tennessee. Thank you all for listening. My name is Aria. If you've listened to our prior shows, I need no introduction. But in case this is your first time listening, first of all, thank you. And secondly, what we do here is we watch every single episode of Smoky Mountain Wrestling, episode by episode, minute by minute. Unlike our Mid-South Wrestling Television review, where I watch the episode and then I review it for you and air important interviews and audio. This we are watching along as the show happens. You can watch the show on YouTube. I believe all the episodes are up there. And if not, you can find them elsewhere on the internet. Believe me, they're out there. Now, for those of you listening who are interested in, like, you hear me say, hey, this is the Something Else Podcasting Network. What else is on this network? I'm happy you asked. Well, the original, the Something Else with Ari and Not KJ podcast is available. And by subscribing to this channel, you get both shows. Every week, you'll hear my dulcet tones for roughly 2 hours a week. Doesn't that sound great? And if not, well, oh well. But anyway, you can hear us on tinyurl.com/somethingelsepod, YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Castbox, Overcast, Pod Paradise, Castro, Podbay.fm, Radio Public, and Pocket Casts. Listen to us, subscribe, leave us a 5-star review if you please, and get the word out about this awesome, fun show, right? So what we do here is we're going to count it down when we press play to start the show. You've already heard the intro music. So when we get started on this episode, for those watching along, we're going to be starting at 28 seconds into the show and go from there. Now, in addition, at some points, the show, as much as I like the show, it can get slow at times. And when that happens, I go into the history books, I do my research, and I find out what else is happening this week in professional wrestling, and I get to tell you about it. And so when that comes up, we've got some big news. Not as big as last week's news, but still good enough news nonetheless. So let's get going here. We're going to press play here, and it's going to start with the intro with Bob Caudle and Dutch Mantell. And then I'll be right back, and we're going to keep going from there.
Hi, wrestling fans from Morristown, Tennessee's East High School. Welcome to another action-packed hour of Smoky Mountain Wrestling. I'm Bob Caudle, and this week you're going to be seeing Hector Gomez in action. Also, Hector Guerrero, that is. Dutch, I just about messed up Hector. Also, you're going to see primetime Brian Lee. Killer Kyle is going to be in action. We're going to be hearing from a number of individuals. Our big main event, let me tell you, Ivan Koloff, Jimmy Golden against the Fantastics.
Well, I'm looking forward to today's main event, but I'm really looking forward to that piece of tape where that psychotic Brian Lee tried to kill me. He ought to be locked up under lock and key and in leg irons.
Fans, that's Dutch Mantell, and he's going to be working with me during this hour, and we're about ready with action. Let's go to the ring.
So Bob introduces the show and says this week we're going to be joined by a new wrestler, Hector Gomez, who, it's actually Hector Guerrero, as he corrects himself. And he also tells us that this week we're going to have, the big main event with the Fantastics versus Ivan Koloff and his new Russian partner, Jimmy Golden, who is not Russian at all. And we'll get into that here as the show goes on. We kick the show off here with a big match. It is Hector Guerrero, again, not to be confused with Hector Gomez, one-on-one with Tommy Angel. Tommy Angel is a veteran of TBS enhancement talent. Um, and of course, Dutch mocks Bob for messing up Hector's name. Now, Hector, he's going gray. He's got the salt and pepper hair going for him. He's got, this is the early 90s. So, Tommy Angel has yellow trunks with a lightning bolt on them, like, every independent wrestler in the world had at the time. And Hector looks like color vomited all over his trunks, which, hey, is always good in my book. If you saw half the clothes I wear sometimes. Man, oh man, you would think I was blind. I only wear glasses. I don't sometimes need them. But Hector's throwing Tommy Angel all over the place here. And yeah. So Hector Guerrero, of course, the brother of Eddie, Mondo, Chavo Sr., the uncle of Chavo Jr., former brother-in-law of Vicky. He would go on, of course, to wrestle a little bit in WCW. He would have a run in TNA as the manager of LAX after Conan left. LAX was a lot further down the card when Hector was the manager. I don't even remember when he left TNA. But let's go to our first audio clip of Dutch.
What the heck is going on? Talking about surprises, I understand you got a big surprise, you say, for Brian Lee,
Yes,
right?
I do have a surprise. I guess you want to know what
I'd like to know what it is.
Well, then if I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?
No, that's right.
Do we speak English? Are we speaking English here now?
I understand that.
We're not in Miami. We're not speaking Spanish. We're not in Los Angeles, so we don't speak Japanese. We speak English. I said a surprise, and that's exactly what that means.
That is far from the most offensive thing that Dutch Mantel says on this week's show. So Coddle's calling the moves, being a good announcer, like any good announcer will, and Dutch tells him that he is in Helen Keller. This isn't radio. He can see what's happening. He doesn't need every word explained to him. Angel tried to reverse one of Hector's moves, but Hector reversed the reversal. And then, being good baby faces, they shook hands, applauded each other's sportsmanship, and continued on here. Angel's finally getting a little bit of offense here, but Hector is still throwing him around. Nice, beautiful leg scissor takeover there. Going for another one. Angel catches him, but Hector flips him over anyway. And yeah. So elsewhere in the wrestling world, we have WCW has announced their new steroid policy. Technically, the steroid policy is in effect until 1999, at least, because they have the famous story that somehow Jericho got popped for a steroid test on his way out the door, and it was like him and two other enhancement talent who you wouldn't accuse of being steroid freaks. And so this policy is laughable, but it did include a clause that any wrestler who voluntarily tested would get a 10% bonus on their contract, which, I got to say is a nice way to make a few extra bucks. Especially if you're the one person in the locker room who wasn't taking anything. Heck, if my salary could go up 10% just for not doing drugs, I'd be first person in line. As Hector hits a beautiful slingshot tope out of the ring onto Angel. Angel got in a little bit of offense when he threw Hector across the ring at one point. Back in the ring, Angel's trying to suplex Hector into it, but Hector gets out of it. He locks on an abdominal stretch, but he's rolling around the ring in a pinfall attempt. And he rolls him up. He hooks the leg. And 1, 2, and a 3. Hector Gomez, Hector Guerrero, whatever you want to call him. He wins his Smoky Mountain debut and our first match here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling this week. And from here, we're going to get an interview with Ivan Koloff and Jimmy Golden after they run through the replay of this. They're literally the finish was him just literally rolling around the ring with Angel before stopping and getting him in a roll-up here. And let's get out of that interview.
All right, fans, with me right now here at ringside, Ivan Koloff, his new partner, Jimmy Golden. Ivan, the big main event during this hour right here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling. You two have got the Fantastics.
That is right. Vladimir, I just talked to him on telephone yesterday. He is taking care of official business. He will be back very shortly. But the great news is that the contracts are signed against the Fantastic. The foolish Fantastics are stupid enough to sign a contract against Jimmy Golden and myself. It is history for the Fantastics.
I want to know how they got a name like the Fantastics. I haven't seen nothing fantastic about either one of them, and they're coming out here claiming that they have a great victory over my man Ivan and Vladimir. I'm going to tell you something, not on your finest day, gentlemen, will you ever beat me, Ivan, or either one of us. We're going to be the champions here in the Smoky Mountain, and you people out there better show a little respect for the Soviet Union and the rest of us out there. All of you's gone soft. You bring them fantastic punks out there in the ring, and we're going to find out what you're made of, boys.
Fans, that's going to be our main event. It'll be coming up later in this hour. Right now, let's take time out for...
Alrighty, so Vladimir is back in Mother Russia. He's been called away, but he'll be back sooner than we think to return to Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Golden said the Fantastics claimed to have a win over Ivan and Vladimir, whoever that is. But then he demands that the crowd show love for Mother Russia and the USSR, which is always tremendous. Speaking of tremendous, if you or your civic organization want to be part of Smoky Mountain Wrestling and make some money, write to Sandy Scott or call him and set up a show.
Fans, last week right here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling, in our big main event, it was Dutch Mantell against Prime Time.
Yeah, I got something to say about that.
Dutch, there was a lot of controversy about that match.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, let me.
What do you mean, let me tell you? What the fans saw what happened in there, Dutch. We've got it on tape. I tell you what, while Dutch is doing that, let's go back and look at it again, fans. You decide what
we don't have to look at it.
So they send us back to last week's match with Prime Time and Dutch Mantell, featuring the finish where Mr. Ron Wright hands Dutch brass knuckles. Dutch loses them. Brian Lee gets a hold of them, knocks out Dutch, but he keeps the knucks on his hand. The referee catches it and disqualifies Prime Time Brian Lee, giving the win to Dutch Mantell. And, you know, this feud must continue. And so we're going to go back here in just a second to Bob and Dutch recapping what we just saw and pitching it. Actually, they're going to pitch it to last week's interview with Brian Lee and how Dutch might be good, but he's not ready for prime time, which, you know, it's a catchphrase.
Fans, right after that match, Brian Lee made no bones about wanting another match, a rematch with Dutch Mantell. Dutch?
Well, do we have to hear this?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Oh, I don't want to hear it. I don't hear anything he's got to say.
I want you to hear it.
He's a psychopath. He's crazy.
Let's watch it, fans.
We're not going to listen to the promo here. We listened to it last week. It was bad enough then. But yeah, so Primetime Brian Lee, he's our number one babyface. Tall, blonde, muscular. He's not Hulk Hogan, which, you know, that is what that is. And speaking of Hogan, you know, things are not looking up for Hogan right now in February of 1992. The steroid stuff is getting down on him. You know, the WWF is under a ton of pressure to clean up. We'll see, you know, in the coming weeks and months what happens here. But, you know, Hogan's about to go away for some time. He's about to leave for like a year. Let's go back now to Dutch and Bob.
Right. Emphatic about wanting that rematch with you anywhere, anyway, anytime.
Let me say one thing right now. If Brian Lee thinks I'm afraid of him, then he's backing up. Now, you know, a lot of people got a lot of fears. If you're afraid of water, you got hydrophobia. And if you're afraid of closed-in places, you got claustrophobia. I myself, I have a fear of getting hurt. That's called good sense. Now, I was going through Murphy, North Carolina the other day. Come in here. I'd like to introduce a man to you right here. I was going through Murphy, North Carolina right here. Put the camera on this man right here. And I met this man, Mr. Carl Stiles. And he looked at me and he said, "Aren't you Dutch Mantell?" And I said, "Yes, I am." And he said, "I'm a big fan of yours and have been for some time." And he says, "You know, I'm big and I'm strong, and I got the size and the strength. What can I do to be in professional wrestling? I says, well, now you just might be the man I've been looking for. And I told him, actually, he got down on his hands and knees and begged me, didn't you? Didn't you, Mr. Style?
That's right, Mr. Mantell.
He begged me, and I said, look, Carl, you do a few things for me, and I do a few things for you. So right now, he's going to be by my side. And Brian Lee, let me send this right to you, big boy. If you want me, what you got to do first, you got to go through Mr. Style. So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
And that's Dutch Mantell's answer, fans, to primetime Brian Lee. We'll be back. Fans, right now, let's take time out for this.
So we're going to stay on for a second because they're going to come back and do some local promos. But Dutch introduces Carl Styles, and more about him in just a minute here.
Fans, thanks so much for watching Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And Smoky Mountain Wrestling will be coming to you week after week. We hope you will continue to watch. And very soon, Smoky Mountain Wrestling will be coming live to your town with such great stars as these. Primetime Brian Lee. Here's Robert Gibson behind me, Tim Horner. Tim, I know all you guys are excited.
Well, I tell you what, the word's out. Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Everybody's wanting to know what's going on. What's going on in the Smoky Mountain Wrestling area? Well, I'll tell you what. This is what's going on. Look here. Just look around you, everybody here. And I tell you what, everybody's calling, wanting a piece of the action, coming in from everywhere. Japan people are calling. Everybody's calling, wanting Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And we're going to come everywhere Smoky Mountain Wrestling goes.
Hey, Robert, hey, I know you love it around this area, and I know you're glad to be back.
Bob, it's a pleasure to be back here in Smoky Mountain. It's a pleasure to be here with all my good friends like Tim and Brian. And I'll say one thing, all the opponents out there, you better come strong and heavy, baby, because one thing, me and brother, we do is take care of business.
All right, primetime Brian Lee. Brian?
Primetime Brian Lee, just like Tim and Robert, thrive on competition. And Smoky Mountain Wrestling, that's what it is, competition at its finest. We'll be here, we're going to stay here, and the opponents, when you come across us, that's it, fellas. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, and I know all you guys love to wrestle on television, but there's nothing like being right there in the town and being close to the fans. Right, Robert?
That's right, Bob. When the fans get behind you and start chanting your name and start hollering for you, it makes you go out 110%.
Sure does that. And fans, as we say, be sure you continue to watch Smoky Mountain Wrestling right here every week on television. And be sure to look for Smoky Mountain Wrestling very soon, when Smoky Mountain Wrestling will be coming live to your town. These are just some of the many, many outstanding stars of Smoky Mountain Wrestling that you'll be seeing live when it comes to your hometown. Don't forget it. And continue to watch us. We're going to have a lot of fun from week to week, and we promise you plenty of action, plenty of excitement right here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling. We'll continue to see you there.
And once again, we're going to go to another promo. So I'll be back after this to recap everything we've heard.
Very obvious to me that Mr. Ron Wright is the man who's at the root of a lot of the problems.
Oh, you don't
Brian
know.
Lee.
You don't know.
I'm sure that Ron Wright won't see it that way. Mr. Wright, I'm sure, has other ideas. But earlier today, he had some comments about that. So let's hear what Mr. Wright had to say.
I'll tell you something. It really broke my heart on here at these matches last week, the way that Brian Lee took that foreign object, a pair of brass or steel knucks out there, and tried to maim poor old Dutch Mantell the way he did. You can all see Ron Wright, one of the greatest wrestlers in the world, sitting here in this wheelchair, crippled now, broke down from the likes of Brian Lee, beating on me in the hips, knees, and the head with these steel knuckles, and got me maimed in a chair now. But I tell you, it's a crying shame. I'm still out there looking, trying to see who I'm going to pick up to try to come up with enough money and raise money for this serious hip implant and knee implant surgery that I'm going to have, because folks, Medicare and Medicaid, they won't pay hardly anything on it. But I'm still looking. I've not found a man yet, but if something will turn up, and something that's really bad, the flu seasons are coming up on me here, and maybe something will turn up before the winter's gone.
Poor Mr. Wright. So to backtrack a little bit, we started with the promo with Dutch on Brian Lee. He talks about, agoraphobia and, all these other phobias, but he has a fear of getting hurt, which isn't a phobia, it's just common sense. He introduces us to Carl Styles, who I don't know whatever happened to this poor guy, because he did not wrestle very much, but in this era of all you need is a good body, he had a good body. And he's here essentially to be Dutch's bodyguard. and to make sure that primetime Brian Lee doesn't get involved. Now, for whatever reason, and I don't think Corny ever went into detail, for whatever reason, Styles does not last long here. And as a matter of fact, he does not long for the wrestling world here because CageMatch.net only has him listed as wrestling 71 matches total, including what he wrestles this year. He only wrestles 3 matches in Smoky Mountain, and then he wrestles 1 WCW Dark match next year in April of 1993, and that's his last match until a show in Millersville, Tennessee in 2008, where he defeated Chris Kane, which I bet was a real barn burner. From there, we got our local promos with somehow the top 3 baby faces in the company: Brian Lee, Robert Gibson, and Tim Horner. As I mentioned last week, they when they do these group promos, I'm convinced the reason why they have Horner start is because he messes up so many times and requires so many retakes that they don't want the other two to keep doing their promo over and over and over and over again, just to lead up to Tim. And, Robert and Brian, they weren't a whole lot better, but I mean, they were better. And Bob literally is on the microphone for like 35 seconds, wrapping it up, which shows how little faith they have in these 3 men to, cut a little promo here. We then get our promo with our old friend Ron Wright. By the way, before we get into that, the next match is Ricky Nelson versus Killer Kyle. And they're about to start talking about Ron Wright, who has rolled to the ring to check this match out.
Why do you think Ron Wright wants to really look here at Killer Kyle?
How do I know? I look like Gene Dixon to you or something? I don't know. I guess he needs a hip operation here. And he's going to find somebody to manage soon. And I'm just afraid, Mr. Wright, he won't find somebody to his liking. He needs a hip operation and a knee operation bad. Medicare has refused to pay for his operation, so he's out and he's all on his own, nobody to help him.
Hey.
I feel real sorry for him. He's a good friend of mine.
I don't think any of the fans can feel sorry for this man after what he has done.
What are you saying?
Year after year after years, the way he's hurt them, the way he's put them out, the way he's injured, the way he's practically killed wrestlers, the disdain he had for the fans and everything else. High into the air and down goes Nelson.
Oh, so you don't have any compassion at all whatsoever for Mr. Wright? Is that what you're saying, Bob Connell?
Not for Ron Wright. I do not. That's right. I do not, and I don't think the majority of the fans do either, Doug.
Well, the majority.
I don't know any of them, any of the fans that do.
Well, the majority of the fans, they don't count. But I would figure you being in the professional wrestling business, you would have a bit of compassion for a fellow participant.
So, Ron Wright, more Ron Wright here. The promo that we had earlier, by the way, Carl Styles is just standing behind Dutch, but Ron Wright has to say that it's a crying shame that he can't find a wrestler to manage so he can make his money and get his surgeries. This man is just fantastic, and, going to what Bob was talking about earlier, they tell you why you should not have sympathy for this old man in a wheelchair. This is like one of the best success stories, in my opinion, is that they were able to get over an old man in a wheelchair who needs surgery as a top heel. So we had Ricky Nelson versus Killer Kyle, as mentioned. Kyle, if you remember, was the loser of the first match in Smoky Mountain Wrestling history. He comes out in a violin and a suit and tie with a bowler hat, and he wrestles in his shirt, suspenders, and pants. Basically, imagine a rougher-looking IRS without the tie on. Ron Wright did roll to the ring, which they didn't notice at first. Nelson used a sunset flip off the top rope, and they were off because Nelson flew too far, and they needed to scoot back to try to roll Kyle up. Kyle somehow got his violin case propped up onto the corner, and actually I saw it this time around. While they were both in the corner, he kind of pulls up the violin case from the corner and sets it there, and then throws poor Ricky Nelson headfirst into it. and then he picks up the win. By the way, Ron Wright was distracting the referee while that was happening. Then up next, they re-show the promo from a few weeks ago with the principal from East High School, and we're not going to play it since we already played it before. However, listen to that would have been so much better than a live in-ring promo with Tim Horner.
With me here in the ring now is Morristown's own Tim Horner, White Lightning himself, and Mr. Don Cunningham. Mr. Don Cunningham, who is Vice President of Hawk. And Mr. Cunningham has a special award and presentation to present to Tim Horner at this time. Mr. Cunningham.
Tim, on behalf of the Board of Directors of Hawk and all the people that works with the juvenile court, we would like to present you with this certificate of our appreciation for the tremendous job that you've done in years past working with all the juveniles in Hammond County. We really appreciate you, and we appreciate the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Association for bringing wrestling to Morristown.
All right, Tim.
Well, Don, I appreciate you, and I appreciate the Hawk Board and for what it stands for. It was an opportunity for me to give back something to a community that's given me so much, and hopefully I can continue to make a difference, because there is a lot of different roads and a lot of decisions for kids to make out here, and hopefully I can maybe stir them in the right direction. So keep going, Hawk. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Cunningham, before you get away, just so all of the fans all over the country know, tell me what Hawk does stand for and all the fans here.
Hawk stands for Hamlin Adults Working for Kids. Thank you.
All right, and thank you. Tim, congratulations to you. Not only are these people proud of you, your hometown people, but all of us connected with Smoky Mountain Wrestling are proud of you also. Thank you. Thank you. Fans, we'll be back. Right now, let's take time out for this.
So Tim Horner gets a certificate of appreciation for working with kids. Hamlin Adults Working for Kids, Hawk. And to be honest, I'd rather listen to more from Don Cunningham, who, has the charisma of -5 men, but Tim Horner has the charisma of -10 men. So it's a step up. By the way, if your JV group or your civic organization wants to make money while watching Smoky Mountain Wrestling, write to Sandy Scott right now. You can set that up.
An unbeatable tag team.
They're an unbeatable tag team.
Well, you know, Dutch, everybody in wrestling is talking about Hollywood Bob Holly. He's the hottest rookie in wrestling right now. The only thing I think that is bigger than his talent is his mouth, and I'm serious about that. Now, just listen to this, fans. You'll see what I mean.
You know, I was sitting in a steakhouse just a few hours ago, and a few people came up to me and said, "Hollywood Bob Holly, what are you doing in a hillbilly town like this?" Well, you see, I just want to give all you people a chance to see what a real movie star looks like and what a real star can do. You know, just the other day, I was driving down Sunset Boulevard on my way to Spago's, and who did I see? Lo and behold, Jack Nicholson. He waved me over, I pulled over. Jack said, "Hey, Hollywood." Hey, he calls me Hollywood. He knows who I am, and all you people will know who I am. But he asked me, he said, "Bob, what are you doing in a business like that when you could be making movies, commercials, anything you want? You could do anything you want." I said, "Jack," I said, "it's not the fact that I can do anything I want, which I know I can do anything I please. I said, I like to beat people up for a living, and I want to show these hillbilly hicks what a real star looks like and what a real star can do." Now, I know you people aren't used to seeing somebody as good looking as myself in front of your TV camera. Well, you people are just going to have to get used to it, because Hollywood Bob Holly is going to be the champion here at Smoky Mountain Championship Wrestling. So you people get used to it, and I don't talk just to hear myself.
Ever notice no one can ever say the actual name of the company? But yeah, everybody is talking about Hollywood Bob Holly and he's not a heck down here in the South. He's here to become the Smoky Mountain champion. And he tells the story that Paul Heyman once famously told Jim Cornette about how Heyman said he was in New York one night and he was clubbing, and Jack Nicholson was there. Not only was Jack Nicholson there, he came up to Paul and, put Paul over. And so obviously he shared that story with Bob Holly, who reworked it into his own story here. So up next, we have Primetime Brian Lee and Brad Anderson. Just a warning ahead of time. This is 1992. That's all I'm going to say.
Before you
I know you got something.
Wait a minute, I got some things to say about
All
this
right.
man. This man right here, now, I want everybody to get a good look at him because he is a potential serial killer. I bet he might be the next guy to bust into a cafeteria with an AK-47 and kill a lot of people.
Hold
Yes.
on, Dutch. Now,
wait a
that's
minute.
way too. This guy, he doesn't even begin to approach anything
No,
like
first
that.
of all,
Dutch,
let me
my
catch all the.
heavens,
Let me. Can I say something?
Go ahead, yeah.
Let me
Wow.
catch all the fans up. If you've missed Smoky Mountain Wrestling in the last couple of weeks, then you've missed. This man right here has tried to kill me on more than one occasion, and that's why I had to go out and get me a friend to stand beside me right here, Carl Stiles, because I fully think that he is trying to really hurt me.
Anderson comes high to the air.
Actually,
And
I think the people should pay close attention to America's Most Wanted, because I think that Brian Lee's face might be on there somewhere. I know he's got to have done something wrong.
Jesus fucking Christ. Again, this is 1992. On the list of things you cannot say on television in 2023 is accusing Primetime Brian Lee of being someone who is going to take an AK-47 into a school cafeteria and shoot people up and murder them. Oh my fucking God. Oh, Lord. So Dutch sends Carl. By the way, during the last promo when they were introducing it, Carl was wearing Dutch's giant hat and flexing, which was just hilarious. But Dutch sends Carl to ringside to take a good look at Brian Lee's face in case they need to pick him out of a police lineup. This distracts Brian long enough for Brad Anderson. I'm not sure if I said who's wrestling this match. For Brad Anderson to get the heat as Dutch continues to talk about how Brian Lee is going to murder people. He then says that the governor of Florida at the time declared Brian Lee, quote unquote, legally stupid, which, not to get too political here, definitely seems like something Ron DeSantis would do in 2023. And actually, I lived in Florida in 1992, and so did my brother. And, if anybody in the world is going to be declared legally stupid by the governor of Florida, it's my brother. Love you, Brian. So Brad has got the chin lock on Brian as Carl is standing ringside to really take a good look at Primetime Brian Lee, just in case they got to pick him out of the police lineup. Sorry about that. And so they're just working the chin lock here. Dutch is getting up to leave the commentary desk, but it doesn't play into anything. And he's just going to hang out at the commentary desk until the end of this match here. And we'll play that audio here in just a minute. First, also in wrestling, speaking of steroid tests, the WWF has slightly changed their policy. Now, where there is no third strike, the second failure of a drug test would result in a wrestler being fired. Before this, it was a 6-week suspension plus mandatory rehab for a second failure. So now it's 6 weeks and then firing. And Brian Lee has won with the cancellation. And let's go now to pardon me. Let's go now to the post-match angle.
Hey, Dutch, wait a minute. Hey, Styles is in the ring. What the heck is Styles doing in there now? The match is over.
Oh, it's not over. It is not over. He's pushing my man. Wait a minute.
And Styles is pushing back down there, and they're shoving coming and going at each other.
Come on, Carl, knock him out.
Way big right hand. They're standing toe-to-toe. They're slugging it out now. Styles in prime time, Brian Lee, and Lee backs him into the ropes and into the corner. And he continues to go with the rights and the left. And here goes Dutch Mantell down to the ring. There's the big forearm. We got a wild and woolly one going now into the ring, fans, an unscheduled match. All heck is broken out in there between Styles and primetime Brian Lee. And Mantell is loving it as the bell continues to ring. We got to get some kind of order restored back here. The forearm, and Lee goes down. Styles is just pounding away at him. Fans, well, what a wild time and what a wild melee going on in the ring. Primetime Brian Lee and Carl Styles are trying to kill each other in the ring. And of course, Dutch Mantell, he was the instigator of this, sending Styles down. Look at all that's going on in the ring right now. All heck is breaking loose. Who in the world is going to solve it? What are we going to do? How are we ever going to get these two apart? What are we going to do with the action going on like this, fans? It's a wild one. It's just unbelievable the way these two are going at each other. How long they can continue to go and how long they can pound at each other, nobody knows, but they've really been going at it, and nobody seems to want to give up. They keep going. There's Styles, who hit his own man, Dutch Mantell. They're both down outside of the ring, down on the floor. Mantell now trying to get Styles back into the ring, grabs him by the arm, walks around the ring. I don't know whether they're going to leave or what, but there's Brian, prime time, up under the ropes, over in the corner. There's that victory arm raised high into the air. And fans, right now, let's go to a break.
Alrighty, so what happens in the match? Lee wins with the cancellation. Carl Styles gets into the ring, and him and Primetime start shoving each other. Styles throws the first punch, but Lee throws more, and he gets the best of it here. Dutch gets up and goes to ringside around the time Styles takes over. They had Dutch holding Brian, and something got messed up here because Jim Cornette said that he had a lot of crowd shots because every time something would get messed up, to cover it up in editing, he would show a crowd shot, and we actually had a couple crowd shots here. But eventually what happened was Dutch held Brian Lee. Carl Styles took a running start. Brian, yeah, easy for me to say. Primetime ducked, and Styles hit Dutch. Finally, Lee got the best of it, and the heels bailed to live to fight another day. So it's now time for the main event. It is the Fantastics going 2-on-2 with Ivan Koloff and his new tag team partner, Jimmy Golden. Of course, they've been building this match since the first week with Ivan and Vladimir, but Vladimir has been called away to Soviet Russia, and so Ivan had to get a new partner, and so he got Jimmy Golden, who, for those who remember, he would go on to become Bunkhouse Buck in WCW. And I've never had a problem saying that before. Then I started doing this show, and here we are. They introduced the heels weight, and it's funny because this is the Russian team. Ivan is introduced with his weight in kilos, while Golden's weight was in pounds. You would think they would be consistent, especially if theoretically they're weighing in on the same scale. How would that work, you think? When Ivan steps on the scale, it doesn't measure in pounds, it measures in kilos. But somehow the second he steps off of it, it reverts back to, our standard measuring system here in the U.S. into pounds. And that's how Jimmy Golden got weighed in. So Bobby and Ivan are starting this match, and much like the last match, it's a little on the slow end here. I should point out that Dutch did come back to do commentary, and Bob asked him to stay in his seat, and Dutch said he'll do whatever he wants to do. So moving on with our life here, an update to last week's drug bust in the WWF in St. Louis. Apparently, it was the police and a DEA agent who were at the arena door from 4:30 to 8 o'clock with a drug-sniffing dog, and Jack Lanza was the person who allegedly tipped everybody off to not bring anything into the arena. Now, you would think, because, this was well-known news at the time. This wasn't, a secret thing that, the wrestlers all got tipped off to not do anything. You would think that, you know, it would look, they would be frowned upon because they're technically interfering with a DEA investigation. But this is the WWF we're talking about, and maybe they're above the law, or maybe not. We'll see as the years go by here. Um, Barry Orton, Barry O. Last week we talked about how he did an interview accusing 3 WWF employees of forcing or of attempting to force homosexual behavior on him, and when he refused, he ended up getting fired over it. He reiterated this week what he said, and he claims that he has seen wrestlers get pushed into main events for performing homosexual favors for quote unquote upper management in the WWF, which that there's apparently smoke to the fire here, but apparently this is one of those things too. It's like when one thing goes bad, everything goes bad. Like when you think about it earlier last year, when the first allegation came out against Vince McMahon, every allegation came out against Vince McMahon. And sometimes pack mentality works, and sometimes, especially with this, Barry O and superstar Billy Graham, they weren't entirely truthful. There was more just trying to pile stuff on top of everything we've already heard. Now, obviously, there is some smoke to it because, Pat Patterson got to take a few months off, and a few other people did actually get fired. So there was something to this story here. But yeah, so we'll see what the fallout is here next week and in the weeks to come. By the way, Bobby Fulton, at one point during our main event match here, he tries jumping to the top rope to do a dive onto Ivan, but it took a few seconds because Bobby lost his balance. Both Fultons and Jimmy Golden are both in powder blue trunks. You would think someone would see that and ask one of them to change into something else. It's possible all three only had this one pair, especially if you're going to a TV taping and at the time this was it and you're just going home afterwards. You may have only had the one pair of trunks. But, in theory, there would be a lot better, follow through here and what have you here. Bob Caudle announces that the Fantastics will be going to Japan for a 4-week tour shortly, and that Bullet Bob will be back from Japan next week. As mentioned, the preposterosity of the situation here, where Bob Armstrong and Wally Yamaguchi are negotiating to bring Smoky Mountain wrestlers to Japan, and this is while Wally is in the United States, and instead of completing the negotiations, they go back to Japan to continue negotiating. Don't want to call BS here, but yeah. So Bobby just threw Ivan into the post, and Ivan's going to come up wearing the crimson mask here. Yes, the first person to bleed on the show is Ivan Koloff. Not a babyface, but Ivan. And Bobby is just wailing away at the forehead of Ivan to open up that cut a little bit more. Now, he doesn't have a face full of blood. He has a little nick at the top of his head, barely more than if he had cut himself shaving. Golden grabbed the hair, and Dutch mentions that he hates people with long hair and that Bobby and Jackie need to cut their hair. And obviously, he's talking about primetime Brian Lee, but of course, the humor in that is Dutch also has really long hair. Dutch also randomly mutters at one point that the people in Morristown are ugly, but Caudle doesn't jump on it and just lets it go. So Dutch doesn't jump into it more. And this tag team match is just continuing here. They're still getting the heat on Bobby Fulton. And yeah, and elsewhere in wrestling, so Kerry Von Erich last week, if you remember, he was under investigation, or he was in trouble for falsifying prescriptions at an Eckerd's drugstore. And this week, while in rehab for his drug addiction, Kerry Von Erich was officially charged with 2 felony counts for falsifying the prescriptions. This could lead to a little bit of serious jail time for the former Intercontinental Champion. Fritz's dad went on TV and said that if rehab doesn't work, Kerry then needs to get a new profession, which at this point is, not the only thing he has to worry about. So back in the ring, they're still getting the heat on Bobby Fulton. Jimmy Golden made a cover at one point, and Bobby not only got his foot on the rope, Bobby got his foot on the middle rope, which is just tremendous here. Golden is locked on a big bear hug and now tagging in Ivan, and we've got a bit of a double team while the referee is distracted with Jackie in the corner. Ivan is trying to toss Bobby, but Bobby reverses it and tosses Ivan into the corner. And now Bobby's just 10 feet away from his partner. Can Bobby make it to Jackie and make the big tag to his brother and tag team partner? And he does. Jackie's in, and he is a house on fire. And there we go. Big body slam to Jimmy Golden. Big body slam to Ivan Koloff. Drop kick to the arm of Jimmy Golden. Drop kick to the arm of Ivan Koloff. To the top rope. Jackie Fulton is on fire here, ladies and gentlemen. Big crossbody block. Gets a 2 count. Bobby's back involved, and we got a Pier 6 brawl. Let's go to the announcers to talk about the finish of this match here.
Wild and woolly one right now. From behind, there's Jackie Fulton with a sleeper on Golden. Wait a minute. What the heck is this? You told me the guy was in Moscow.
Well, he was in Moscow. He just got back.
With a big boot. Vladimir comes charging into the ring with a boot on Jackie Fulton, and Golden's got him covered. Vladimir was supposed to be in Moscow. What the heck is he doing here? As he comes into the ring to lower the boom. The Fantastics are going to lose it.
The winners of the match, ladies and gentlemen, the Russian Mayor Ivan Koloff and Jimmy Golden.
What a wild and what a woolly finish that was. Vladimir Koloff wasn't even supposed to be anywhere around, comes charging into the ring with a boot, and the Fantastics are going to lose it. Dutch, let's go back and watch that.
Well, they said that Vladimir was out of the country, but obviously to me, he just got right back just in time here. And you see him go in the ring, deliver the boot to that bogus Bobby Fulton.
Hey, Ivan said earlier in the show that Vladimir would be back soon. And he didn't say how soon. We just assumed he didn't mean in 30 minutes. But Vladimir was here. He makes the save. He helps the heels win. He runs in. He hits Bobby Fulton with a boot. He goes down. Jimmy Golden makes the cover. Actually, it was Jackie Fulton. And gets the 3 count here. And something happened here, and who knows how messed up this was, because they cut to a crowd shot as Vladimir runs after Bobby and hits him, because the referee is sandwiched between Bobby Fulton and Ivan Koloff, and somehow doesn't see this large Russian man hitting the ring and attacking the poor guy, and that's how we get our finish here. Jimmy Golden and Ivan Koloff picking up the big tag team win. From here, they re-air last week's local promos with the heels with Ron Wright, Bob Holly, and Jim Cornette. If you want to hear them, check out last week's show. I mean, I don't feel like re-airing, the promos we've already heard. Keeping in mind that most of these local promos are remarkably similar week after week. So it's, not like you're missing anything really by, by listening to them anyway, but I figure it's always nice to listen. Chance for everyone to get a little bit of promo time, 20, 30 seconds. Yes, even Tim Horner occasionally gets to talk. Corny. I love that it's Bob Holly's interview time, and Corny just walks in and talks all over him. And so from here, we're going to come on back to the show closing promo with Jimmy Golden and the Russians talking about what just happened in that tag team match and where we are from here. So let's play that here in just a second.
Fans, Ivan Koloff, Jimmy Golden, the winners. This guy, he wasn't even supposed to be in the country.
Vladimir made it back just in time, brother. He caught that last flight. He was on standby, but he made it. What did I tell you about them fantastic? Look at this punk come over here by himself. He thinks he's going to come over here and take us all on.
And here, down goes Vladimir. Down goes Jimmy Golden. Now here comes Ivan. Bobby Fulton with Ivan from behind takes him right down to the ring, and he's going to take him into the ring. Throws Ivan Koloff into the ring. Fulton with rights and lefts into the ring. He's got them all three in there. Here comes Jackie Fulton. Look at this.
Looks like to me the Fultons are sore losers. They can't stand to lose a match, and now they want to continue after the bell. They should be fined and suspended for Smoky Mountain Wrestling for conduct such as this.
And they're going to pay for it. They're both down under the mat. It's 2 against 3.
Remember what's going up?
2 to 3.
Well, remember what I told you about that Japan tour? They're jeopardizing it here by taking on 3 men like Golden and the Koloffs. They may be throwing that whole Japan trip right out the window.
Hey, Marlon, here comes Tim Horner.
What's he doing in here?
Look at Horner. Down goes Vladimir. There's Golden through the ropes. There goes Ivan. Horner has cleaned house. Tim Horner.
All right, fans, down on the floor now. All 6 of them continue to go at it. Here is Tim Horner with Ivan Koloff as he rolls Koloff into the ring. Horner and Koloff now are going at it. As Horner just hooks Koloff into the ropes, comes off on top of him. Look at him as he's got him covered with those right hands. Just keep pounding away.
Horner had Ivan Koloff down under the mat with those right hands. Just kept driving that right hand right into the face. Now they're going to triple team Ivan. Height of the air with the back toss.
Oh yeah, now it's 3 against 1. Yeah, I hope they think they're real big men right now. 3 on 1. I hope they're happy. Bob Armstrong, if he's any kind of commissioner at all, he will levy a fine against the Fultons and Tim Horner, and he maybe even should suspend him if he's any kind of commissioner at all.
And outside of the ring, they continue to go at each other, tooth and nail. Ivan trying to get away. Tim Horner, Vladimir, Golden, they're trying to exit and they're going out. Horner, Bobby Fulton, and Jackie Fulton cleaning house. And they continue to fight all around the arena. Koloff down from that chair. You can hear it everywhere.
Why did he do that now? I'm telling you, I'm very serious. I'm going to write Bob Armstrong a personal letter. I'm going to write him a personal letter and a personal phone call. This conduct right here should not be tolerated. Now, Tim Horner, he's back into it. Now, what business does he have in it whatsoever?
Here comes Bobby Fulton again, right over here at us. And Koloff and Bobby Fulton as they continue to slug it out. Right over here on our set, Dutch. They're all over the place fighting. And Ivan Koloff with a big chain. And the Fultons.
So that is the end of the show. We heard Jimmy Golden and the Russians start to cut a promo, but those dastardly Fantastics, they were not happy about being cheated out of their big tag team win, so they go and attack the heels. Of course, even with the best of intentions, it's still a 3-on-2 fight here, but thankfully for them, unthankfully for the rest of us, Tim Horner comes running out to make the save, and we get a big Pier 6 brawl to end the show here as they fight all over the ringside area. They fight by the announcer's desk. Both Koloffs took a chair shot to the head at different points. Of course, this wasn't a nasty hit each other as hard as you possibly can in the head shot, but it's still an unprotected shot to the head. And that's how the show goes off the air with a giant brawl and the heels trying to bail. but it's still going on. So that's going to do it for this week. Another fine, outstanding show. We're starting to put everything in place, starting to put the pieces of the puzzle together to try to get going here. So we'll be back next week. It'll be a new taping next week in a new location. So we'll be back with episode number 5 on February 29th. Until then, thank you all for listening and have a great rest of your week. Hello and welcome to the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Re-Watch-Along Project. This is podcasting the way it used to be and the way you like it. Today's show is a production of the Something Else Podcasting Network, and it is episode number 005 of Smoky Mountain Wrestling from February 29th, 1992, taped February 1st, 1992, at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum Ballroom in Knoxville, Tennessee. My name is Aria, and welcome to the show. If you haven't had a chance to listen to one of our shows yet, first of all, feel free to check them out. The prior 4 shows are all available as we speak. But what we do here is we watch every single episode of Smoky Mountain Wrestling beginning in February of 1982. And unlike the Mid-South show that I do on Mondays or Tuesdays, we watch the show along. I don't just go over the highlights of each show. We watch it from time markers 000 all the way to the end. This week it's 48 minutes and 51 seconds. And you can actually catch all of these shows, or at least most of them anyway, on YouTube. So if you want to watch along with us, you're welcome to do it. Please feel free to. And if you're just catching us for the first time today, please consider subscribing to us. You can save us at tinyurl.com/somethingelsepod. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Podbean, Castbox, Overcast, Pod Paradise, Castro, Podbay.fm, Radio Public, and Pocket Cast. All of these places are very real. And remember, if you subscribe to our show, you not only get the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Re-Watch-Along Project, you also get the primary Something Else episode that drops at the beginning of the week. And so it's 2 free podcasts for you every single week. You get to listen to the dulcet tones of my voice. God help us all. So, alrighty. So we're going to press play here on the count of 3, and we're going to start going right to Bob Cottle introducing the show. So we're going to go 3, 2, 1, and press play now.
From Knoxville, Tennessee, welcome to another action-packed, exciting hour of Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Wrestling the way it used to be and wrestling the way you like it. Hi, wrestling fans. I'm Bob Caudle, and as I say, we've got an action-packed hour in store for you this week. Here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling, you'll see the debut of Nitro Danny Davis. Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff will be here. Hollywood Bob Holly. We're going to take a look back at some of the wild brawl that occurred right here last week involving the Fantastics. And, of course, we got our big main event, and this guy right here tells me we're in for a lot of action and a big surprise. Dutch Mantell, my cohort, he's going to wrestle this week, right, Dutch?
First of all, I'm looking forward to that wild match between the Fantastics last week, and a big treat today for Smoky Mountain Wrestling fans. Dirty Dutch, I'm going to wrestle in the flesh right here on television. And don't be surprised if all the wrestlers turn out the dressing room, because I'm going to show everybody today exactly how a pro does it.
Hey, we're going to be looking forward to that, and we're about ready to go with the action, fans. Let's go up to the ring.
All righty. So you hear Bob and Dutch open up the show. This is an incredible announce team, and they only get better from here as we go forward throughout the next couple of years. because they only go about 2 years, but it's 2 pretty good years as an announced team. And you heard them introduce the show. They talked about tonight's main event, but they don't actually tell you what the main event is. They imply that it involves Dutch Mantel, and they don't mention who Dutch is going to be wrestling. That's not actually the main event, and we'll get to the main event as we go along here. So our first match here, oh, by the way, Dutch is, in case you didn't watch us or listen to us last week, Dutch has Carl Styles behind him, and Carl is essentially a bodyguard here for Dutch during Dutch's ongoing feud with primetime Brian Lee. Carl is allegedly there to stop Brian from kicking Dutch's rear end. But, we'll see how well that works for good old Carl Styles. Our first match here was Barry Horowitz versus Nitro Danny Davis. Danny, of course, the longtime owner and trainer of Ohio Valley Wrestling. And he used to be Nitron Danny Davis or Nightmare Danny Davis, but part of, one of Jim Cornette's unofficial rules was no face paint. And so Danny Davis wiped out the face paint and became Nitro Danny Davis instead of Nightmare Danny Davis. They do announce here that our main event this week is going to be Jimmy Golden versus Robert Gibson of the Rock and Roll Express, and Dutch's match is later on the show. And so Barry Horowitz here, and I think most of us listening remember Barry Horowitz getting a little bit of a push in the WWF in the mid-90s. I do want to mention, though, that when I was looking this up online, they said that the attendance for this show was a reported 250 people. I'm horrible at estimating crowds, but I really doubt there's 250 people here. It looks closer to about 125, 150. And Horowitz and Danny Davis are having a good little opening match here. They're doing a lot of up and overs, arm drags, hip tosses, all that fun stuff. One of the other things we do on this show is that we talk about news from the wrestling world that particular week. And, I'm going to wait a second here because I'm going to play a little bit of audio here in just a minute of Dutch and Bob Caudle because there's a big bit of news that I want to get to here or talk to you about that I don't want to cut myself off in like 30 seconds here. So I'm going to play this audio here. But Barry Horowitz, by the way, hits a jaw jacker. Caudle mentions that with that move, you can bite your tongue off with that move. And I guess he's not lying. If you're, if you got your tongue between your teeth and you hit with a jaw jacker, you could come up without a tongue, or at least part of your tongue anyway. So let's go now to a little bit of audio here with Dutch and Bob Caudle.
When I that headbutt, I saw him. You think I'm blind? I saw him give him a headbutt, Bob Caudle. Sometimes when I see a match like this, only one thing would make it better. If I was in there and I was kicking Danny Davis's brains out, that would make it a lot better. You see that move, Barry Horowitz?
Yes, sir. Good forearm uppercut, and that was a good legal blow all the way, right under the chin, and that just about really took the top of Davis's head right off.
I just love Bob and Dutch, the way they work together. And Bob's just doing his job. He's calling the moves like he's always been taught to do. And here you have Dutch basically chastising him for, talking over it and telling everyone exactly what happened when, we're all able to see what's happening. So the big news that, this week in wrestling is the official resignation of Pat Patterson and Terry Garvin from the WWF. We've been talking the last few weeks about the sex scandal alleged by Barry Orton. The allegations were specific to them going after two then underage ring attendants, one of whom is planning on filing a lawsuit in a few weeks. And of course, we'll go through that as it comes up. Vince McMahon himself was furious about the allegations, defending Patterson and Garvin, and basically saying that because they're both openly gay at the time in 1992, it's basically going to lead to people not believing them, and they're going to be unable to defend themselves with these charges, because, the world was not an accepting place. I'm not saying that we're super accepting now, but we're a lot further now than we are or than we were 30 years ago. And, that was one of the worries here, is that, you automatically are going to assume that, oh yeah, these two gay men are pedophiles. And Vince did feel that the allegations would have a severe negative impact on the company. So Patterson and Garvin resigned. And of course, Patterson would come back over the summer, a few months later, and Garvin never came back, which may tell you everything you need to know, which, might be unfair, but that pretty much tells you what you need to know. But by the way, Nitro Danny Davis picked up the win by reversing a small package. Horowitz, by the way, used Sting's Scorpion Death Drop about 5 years before he started doing it, and actually a few years before Henry Godwin started using it on WWF television. We then moved to a promo with Jimmy Golden. He's going to talk about the main event. Let's play that here.
Robert Gibson, are you ready for the main event, boy? You know who you got today in the ring in the main event? Jimmy Golden. I got myself quite a reputation around here, sonny boy, and I'm going to tell you something. You're in for a heck of a wrestling lesson. I understand they call you the Rock and Roll Express or something like that. I hope you ain't coming down there to dance, buddy, because we're going to be in a fight. I'm going to chop you down to size. See you in the middle of the ring.
That was Jimmy Golden talking about his match today with Rock and Roll Robert Gibson in the main event. Jimmy Golden mentions he has a heck of a reputation, and he's not here to dance or whatever else Robert Gibson wants to do. He is here to fight, and he's planning on chopping him down here in our main event this week. We go to commercial, come back with Bob and Dutch recapping last week's main event with the Fantastics versus Ivan Koloff and Jimmy Golden. Let's play that here.
Dutch, last week right here we saw a tremendous match with the Fantastics taking on Ivan Koloff and Jimmy Golden. With Vladimir Koloff, we thought he was back in Russia. Well, let's go back and look at some of that tape and join the closing moments of that match last week.
Now, in case you didn't listen to us last week, Vladimir Koloff, another bald Russian, had, whatever. He was allegedly called back to Russia to, back over to the motherland. But unfortunately, for the Fantastics anyway, it turned out he got sent home just in time as he ran out during the main event. He hit one of the Fantastics with a boot, and Jimmy Golden and Ivan Koloff picked up the win right here on television. And Bob and Dutch recapped the whole thing that went down. They also recapped the post-match. Well, it started as a post-match promo with the heels, the Koloffs, and Jimmy Golden, but it ended up with a giant six-person brawl with them, the Fantastics, and Tim Horner. And we're going to get to a Fantastics promo here in just a minute. That is just amazing. And I just want to keep in mind that Tim Horner, say what you want about him, but he's a babyface, and he came out to save the Fantastics last week. And now we're going to play a Fantastics promo from this week here about winning another match with the Russians. Let's go to that right now.
Ivan Vladimir Koloff, Jimmy Golden, everyone knows that you cheated us, and we want another shot at you. You know, Jackie, we're not the kind of guys that would cry about a particular thing like this, but Ivan has come out and said that Vladimir was away in Russia. Well, let me tell you, I wish we could be here live on Smoky Mountain Wrestling this week, because we'd meet you guys nose to nose right in the ring. We had prior commitments in Japan. Let me tell you guys this, we're on the phone daily getting ourselves a six-man partner. We'll see you, Jimmy Golden, Ivan Koloff, Vladimir Koloff, when we get back from Japan.
Well,
so before we play the live promo here with Bullet Bob Armstrong, Tim Horner, risked his own health and life and whatnot, making the save for the Fantastics and getting into this giant brawl with them all over the arena. And then the next week, the Fantastics are like, yeah, we want a six-man tag against the Russians and Jimmy Golden, but man, we need to find ourselves a partner. Like, what are we gonna do here? We don't have anybody to team with us. And Tim Horner may not be a promo, but the guy can at least hold his own in the wrestling ring. And here we are, the fellow top baby faces, or at least next step down top baby faces. At this point, the top babyface tag team is the Fantastics, and they're like, yeah, we want somebody else in all this. No Tim Horner. And not that I've loved him, since in theory, if you're gonna have to team with Tim Horner, you're probably gonna have to listen to him talk at some point. And as we've heard, we don't need to hear Tim Horner talk. I know it's a Southern Territory. I know he's a babyface, but ladies and gentlemen, Tim Horner does not need to talk ever. I'm sure he's a nice guy. Someone take a fax machine and get him to autograph it. But it's Tim Horner. He's got a lot of strengths and a lot of weaknesses, and one of his weaknesses is talking. And unfortunately, we're going to have to hear a lot of Tim Horner over the next year or so. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. What did we ever do to deserve this? Let's go now. Bob Cottle talking to our beloved commissioner, Bullet Bob Armstrong.
That's what happened, fans. And then, of course, this man right here, Commissioner of Smoky Mountain Wrestling, Bob Armstrong. Bob, you've reviewed all of that, and I know you have some comments about it.
Well, I really do. It's kind of different being on this side of the fence, but I did watch that tape, and I know the fight was interesting, no doubt about it. Tempers flared, and people just fought like an out-and-out fight. But I'm going to tell you something. They're professionals. We can't have that going on because they may mess up a TV camera. Some wrestling fans may get hurt. Yeah. So I'm going to fine every wrestler involved in that brawl $500.
Hey, good.
All right.
Good.
Well, the next thing I have talked to the Fantastics, and I feel that they have got a legal gripe. So when they get back from Japan, I'm going to grant them a 6-man tag right here on TV against the Koloss and Golden, and I'm going to let the Fantastics pick a partner of their own. Oh. And one more thing before I leave, Mr. Dutch Mantell, primetime Brian Lee has been on my back to get you anywhere he can, but I've told him don't come messing with you as long as you're out here and you're announcing. We're not going to disrupt the TV matches. But if you ever get in that ring by yourself, then brother, you're on your own. I may not can hold him back. That's it.
Fans, we'll be right back right after
this. And so, yeah, we have our beloved commissioner, Bullet Bob. He's laying down the law like a good commissioner, and he's fair about it, too. He's telling us flat out, hey, all these guys, all 6 guys were fighting all over the place. They could have endangered fans. They could have hurt, broken the TV equipment. And so they're all being fined $500 each for taking part in this giant, crazy, out-of-control brawl. And he says that when the Fantastics get back from Japan, he is booking a 6-man tag with the Russians and Jimmy Golden versus the Fantastics and any partner they choose. You would think, like I said, that they would go with Tim Horner, but, if it was going to be Tim Horner, I'd like to think they would just flat out say that here. They also point out to Dutch Mantell that Brian Lee is not allowed to attack him while he's at the broadcast table. This is important to know. He's not allowed to attack him at the broadcast table. He is, however, allowed to attack him at the ring. So keep your eye out here. And, he feels that he won't be able to hold Brian Lee back once Brian Lee wants to get after Dutch. So up next, we have a series of commercials for Smoky Mountain's first couple house shows and actually their next, TV taping. So I'm going to play them here just because, you don't see a lot of these here through all these old Smoky Mountain tapes. There's 3 promos back to back to back. It's about 90 seconds long, and I'll be back to talk about it.
Fans, Smoky Mountain Wrestling comes to Newport, Tennessee at the National Guard Armory on Friday, March 13th at 7:30 p.m. The main event sees the team of Bullet Bob Armstrong and White Lightning Tim Horner take on the Midnight Express Sweet Stan Lane and manager Jim Cornette. In a special challenge match, primetime Brian Lee faces the Dirty White Boy. Bobby and Jackie Ford and the Fantastics go up against Jimmy Golden and Hollywood Bob Holly in tag team action. 2 other big matches on the card. All the action takes place in Newport, Tennessee at the Armory Friday night, March 13th at 7:30 p.m. Don't miss it. Wrestling fans, Smoky Mountain Wrestling returns to the Knoxville Civic Coliseum Ballroom Thursday night, March 12th, 7 p.m. An exciting night of live wrestling action. You'll see first-round matches in the Smoky Mountain Tag Team Championship Tournament. In action, the Russian Nightmare Nikita Koloff, Terry Bam Bam Gordy, the Fantastics, Bullet Bob Armstrong, White Lightning Tim Horner, Robert Gibson, Dutch Mantell, Johnny and Davey Rich, and more. All seats $7 on sale the day of the show, Thursday, March 12th at the Ballroom. Don't miss it. Wrestling fans, Smoky Mountain Wrestling is coming to Loudon, Tennessee at the Loudon High School Saturday, March 14th at 7:30 p.m. You'll see the Midnight Express, Sweet Stan Lane and manager Jim Cornette team up to face the Fantastics. Primetime Brian Lee takes on Dirty Dutch Mantell in a grudge match. Bullet Bob Armstrong goes up against Jimmy Golden. Dixie Dynamite takes on Hollywood Bob Holly. You'll see White Lightning Tim Horner, Rock and Roll Robert Gibson, and more. Saturday, March 14th at Loudon High School in Loudon, Tennessee. Don't miss it.
Alrighty here. So, you heard that they got 3 shows coming up that they're promoting on television in Newport, Knoxville, and Loudon. And yeah, so, they don't specifically say that Knoxville show is a TV taping, but it is. And that's the first official announcement of a Smoky Mountain tag team title tournament. And we'll be seeing and hearing about that in the next couple weeks. They also, if you notice, they mentioned both Stan Lane and Dirty White Boy, even though neither man has debuted on TV yet. They're being promoted for the upcoming house shows, which, does make sense because, especially Stan Lane would have a name, and Dirty White Boy is a name to the locals here. I don't know how much of a draw he necessarily was in February 1992, March of 1992, but, the fans at least know, hey, these 2 guys that we know, we may hate, but we know they're going to be wrestling. Bullet Bob is said they're going to be wrestling. Dixie Dynamite, he hasn't debuted yet on TV, but he'll be wrestling on these shows and more. Let's go now to our latest promo by our friend, everyone's favorite manager to be, Mr. Ron Wright.
All right, fans, before we go to the ring to see Hollywood Bob Holly in action, let's hear these words from a man who's been the center of a lot of controversy lately, Mr. Ron Wright.
Wrestling fans, I'd like to share something with you. I'd like to read one of the thousands of letters that I've had in the last several weeks on this wrestling program. I want to read it to you. Dear Mr. Wright, I am writing you this letter to say that I have been a fan of yours for years. I know that you were one of the greatest and best-loved wrestlers ever, and I always liked how you showed them other wrestlers such good sportsmanship when they tried to maim and cripple you. I sure am sorry to hear how you need money for your operation. Please take this here $5 I am sending you. I wish it could be more for a kind old man like you. Maybe the other fans will write in and send money too until you can find a good Christian athlete to manage. You don't know what this does to me. This nearly breaks me down. It makes me feel good to know that these good fans have been a supporter of mine. They know I was a good Christian, clean, scientific wrestler for years, and I appreciate this from the bottom of my heart.
All right, so another tremendous promo here by Mr. Ron Wright. He reads off a fan letter that he received. The fan tells him that he was one of the greatest and most loved wrestlers ever. And it's so sad that he needs to find a wrestler to help him get his hip and his knee operations. And he has the alligator tears rolling down while talking about that the fan said that he always showed great sportsmanship when other wrestlers tried to maim and kill him, which is just like if this was a real letter, it's just tremendous. But and then it reads that he's looking for a good Christian athlete to manage. In case it's going over your head, it's a euphemism for someone down and dirty. He's looking for a good Christian athlete to manage. And he mentions that the fans sent him $5 to help towards his operations. And what a nice thing for, the fans to have done there for an old softy like Mr. Ron Wright. Now, those of you who are watching along on YouTube are now watching our next match, which is Hollywood Bob Holly going one-on-one with Tommy Angel. Bob Holly has upgraded his robe from his satin ring jacket that we've seen to a long black and pink robe. Bob Caudle here asks Dutch about what Bullet Bob had to say, and let's play that here.
What did Bob Armstrong mean that if he says I got in the ring by myself, I'm on my own? What does that mean?
That means that if you get in that ring and you're on your own because primetime Brian Lee is going to take you apart piece by piece. And I'm not so sure that anybody would be able to put you back together again in the proper manner.
Oh, hush. I'm not afraid of Brian Lee. But wait a minute, if I sit at the desk...
Well, what the heck is this guy that keeps standing behind us here? And everywhere you go now, I see that. Look at that scoop slam by Hollywood Bob Holly on Tommy Angel. Had him hiding in the air, and that
You're
was a
talking
real
about Carl
slam.
Styles, the man who's standing behind me?
Yeah, right at your
My
back.
shadow?
Yeah, your shadow. Everywhere you go, there he is.
I have him here to keep Brian Lee from attacking me. Because Brian Lee is a psychopath. Everybody knows that. All you got to do is look into his eyes. There's nobody home.
Okay, so yeah, Dutch wants clarification on what Bob said to him earlier. Basically, if Dutch gets anywhere near the ring, Brian Lee has permission to kick his butt. But, he can't do it while Dutch is announcing. And, that's a big deal here. And then, of course, he reiterates that Carl Styles is here to protect him from primetime Brian Lee. I laughed when... Caudle was talking to Dutch, and Dutch just said, "Oh, hush," like, a 70-year-old lady would tell you. And we got a visitor at ringside. It's our old friend, Mr. Ron Wright.
Side. There he is. Look here, fans. Has come and wheeled himself down to ringside. You know who that is, Dutch, and I'm sure all the fans do. Mr. Ron Wright himself, right here ringside. What the heck is he doing down there?
He is scouting. Now, he's got some serious problems. He needs a hip operation. He needs a knee operation. And he's looking for a wrestler to manage, to make him some money. Medicare won't pay for it. The man is up in years, and a lot of people don't know this about Ron Wright, but he's a very compassionate man. He's a community-minded man. He helps the little kids. He does a lot of things that a lot of people they don't give him credit for.
That's the man Dutch is talking about, fans, right there, Mr. Ron Wright. And Dutch, every word you said, I don't believe a single one of them when it refers to that man, Ron Wright. And I know all the wrestling fans around the Smoky Mountain area, they remember him too well, and they know better than that also.
Getting back to Bob Armstrong, if he wasn't the commissioner, I'd just haul off and smack his face right here.
Backbreaker as...
I didn't like his attitude out here. And he probably doesn't like Ron Wright either.
Oh, Lord. So, yeah, Mr. Ron Wright has wheeled himself back down to ringside. He's a compassionate, community-minded man who, has helped children. And, now it's awful because he cannot find a wrestler here to help him out with his surgeries. We saw Bob Holly hit the boot and leg drop like he's another Hollywood-minded wrestler. And, of course, because that move does not work in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, the boot and leg drop, Angel kicks out. I wonder if he's ever actually going to, I wonder if anyone's actually going to win with the leg drop. This show goes on for 4 years, so it should be interesting to see. Angel makes his comeback and tries to go to the top rope, but Ron Wright grabs his ankle, distracting Angel. Holly suplexed him back into the ring, and he hits a missile drop kick for the pin. So I guess he's gotten rid of his top rope knee drop, which, while it looked beautiful, that was just guaranteed to mess up his knees one day. But, Bob Holly, who always had one of the best looking drop kicks in wrestling, does a missile drop kick, which honestly, I don't think we see too much of, especially in a few years. But he hits it here. It looks nice. He picks up the win. And Mr. Ron Wright once again gets involved and costs somebody the match. By the way, I should mention this is the first of 3 episodes that are being taped this day here at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum Ballroom in Knoxville. So, fans are going to be a bit more into it this week than they may in a week or two. So now let's go to a promo with Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
Fans, with me right now, an outstanding wrestler. He's been all over the world. He's taken on the very finest professional wrestlers worldwide and defeated them. None other than Mr. Wonderful himself, Paul Orndorff. And Paul, welcome. Hey, you got a lot of fans here, I see that. And I know one reason you got to be here is the tournament, which is going to be upcoming very soon and very shortly for the Smoky Mountain Heavyweight Championship.
Very true. First of all, I'd like to say hello to a lot of people out there, because it's like a homecoming for me, because I used to live up here, I guess, about 10, 11 years ago, right off of Walker Springs Road. And I know there's some people out there. I see and notice their faces out there, so I'd like to tell you hello and glad to be back. And you hit the nail on the head. You know, Mr. Wonderful's been all over the world, and there's no doubt about it. I've held and I'm not bragging or nothing, but I'm just telling you like it is, right? And that's the kind of guy that I am. I'll tell you like it is, whether you like it or not. But I've held the North America heavyweight belt, the world belt, Southeastern, you name it, I've had them. And you know, the gratification that I've had and the best feeling that I've had is after I've gone in there and faced the best competition that there was in the world and walk out of there beating that best, you know. So that's why the Smoky Mountain right now Wrestling Federation is probably the hotbed, because everybody's heard about this big tournament that's coming up in the next few weeks. So what I have to do, and everybody's going to be gunning for Mr. Wonderful out there, because let's face it, Mr. Wonderful has done it all. He's been on both sides of that road, brother, and he knows what it's all about. They're after me.
Well, we got to talk about this too, Paul. I know that your favorite move has been declared illegal in Smoky Mountain Wrestling.
You know, that's what I couldn't understand. Whenever I got the bylaws and the rules and what you can and what you can do, on the top of the list up there it said no pile drivers. I don't know why, but I'm going to look into this, you know, a little bit more, and we're going to find out the reason for that.
All right, and fans, talking about the rules, the pile driver being illegal, and fans have been wanting to know what some of the other rules are as far as Smoky Mountain Wrestling is concerned. So let's hear those rules now. These are the rules for Smoky Mountain Wrestling as laid down by Commissioner Bob Armstrong. Grounds for automatic disqualification: throwing opponent over the top rope, a low blow, using a pile driver hold. Grounds for a DQ and $500 fine, hitting the referee, and using a foreign object during the match. And fans, those are the rules for Smoky Mountain Wrestling, the rules set down by Smoky Mountain Commissioner Bob Armstrong.
All righty, so Paul Orndorff, you know, he's still a baby face here. You know, he's loved by the fans. He talks about how he's from the area. He used to live in the Knoxville area, and he's a former champion all around the world. He was the North American champion. He was a world champion. And now he's here to go up to the Smoky Mountain title. And of course, they turn the promo onto the rule about how there are no pile drivers allowed at Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And he's going to look into this. And, you know, this ends up being a big angle. And, you know, we're going to see it play out here in front of us week after week. Then for the first time, we actually get a screen with a rundown of the rules. Grounds for automatic disqualification are a toss over the top rope, a low blow, and using a pile driver. And then you also get a $500 fine if you hit the referee or use a foreign object during the match. So we go to commercial, we come back from commercial, and Dutch is not feeling well. You know, I know from experience, sometimes you just start to not feel very well. Let's go to Dutch now.
What's wrong with you, Dutch?
I don't feel good, man. I think I'm coming down with something. I just don't feel right here.
Yeah, hey, you may not feel good, but Dutch, I tell you, here's something that may make you feel even worse. Let's hear these comments from Prime Time Brian Lee.
Oh, man.
Dutch Mantell, since day one you've been running from Primetime Brian Lee. They tell me now if I grab you from behind that desk when you're running your big mouth, I might get suspended or fined. But when you put 1 foot in that ring, you're mine, pal, and I'm going to break you in half, and you're going down 1, 2, 3. You may be good, but you're not ready for prime time.
What in the world, Dutch?
Oh, man, I think I'm getting sick, man. I think I'm coming down with a Hong Kong swine.
You
Russian Chinese flu. I can't get in the ring.
You're supposed to be wrestling.
No,
You've been
I'm
telling
sick.
the fans all during the program.
I'm sick. I'm sick. Wait a minute. Carl, come here. Since I'm so sick, just get in that ring and wrestle that match for me, okay? I'm just too sick to go. I bet I got 105-degree temperature.
Dutch.
Man, that just hit me all of a sudden, Bob Caudle.
I can't believe it. You're going to back out on the match against Reno Riggins in the ring?
I'm sick. I don't.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So Dutch Mantel's come down with a sudden case of the Hong Kong swine flu, the Chinese flu. You know, he is a Republican, and that sounds like something, somebody would say. I'm trying to not stay political here, even though I brought it up here, and I'm the only person talking on the show. So despite his awful illness, and he's got a 105-degree temperature, he, of course, is going to stay here and continue announcing, but sent his good friend, his compadre, Carl Styles into the ring to wrestle in his stead to take on Reno Riggins, making his Smoky Mountain Wrestling debut here. Styles' graphic still says Dirty Dutch Mantel, despite the announcer actually saying the correct info for Carl Styles. Let's go on to Dutch, continuing to talk about his illness here.
Serial killer and a psychopath. He's also obviously riddled with infectious diseases, and that's probably what I caught this from. I probably caught it from him. I'm so damn gum sick. I tell you, I probably got the same thing President Bush has.
Oh boy, here's Styles.
I could pass out at any time, and I'm not getting any compassion from you.
You're absolutely not. Dutch, I don't believe that. I don't believe that you just suddenly got ill like that.
Check my pulse. How is it? Is it fast?
To send a man in to do your dirty work for you, that's exactly what you did.
Oh, man, you might have to call the paramedics here in a minute.
All right, Styles is in.
So Reno hits a great drop kick on Carl. And somehow at some point, Carl actually gets his cheek cut open. Reno misses a corner splash, leading to Carl getting the heat. And, Carl's just choking away at poor Reno Riggins here when you watch it live here. Now, we've talked about in the past, we've talked about the last few weeks that, anytime Jim Cornette needs to cover up a horrible botch, he will cut to a crowd shot. And unfortunately, Carl Styles has led to us needing a crowd shot a couple times here. Carl misses a pair of elbow drops. And at one point, whatever he does is so bad, we have an extended shot of the crowd. And then Carl's going to come back to win here with a power slam. If you're watching along on YouTube, it hasn't aired yet. But what I'm going to do here while you're watching that, I'm going to fast forward 18 seconds on my end, and we're going to watch or listen to the finish anyway. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to listen to it here. And then what happens after the match. Let's play that here right now.
Tell me when Carl beats you. My eyes are watering.
Boy, he just scooped up Riggins, coming off of the ropes, and Riggins came off hard.
What happened?
Power slam, and he had him covered with power slam.
Good! Good, Carl! Style! Good! Oh, he did a great job. I'm so dadgum sick.
Wait a minute. What is this right here?
Wait a minute.
There he is.
Carl Styles, I have no problem with you. I believe you've been making a fool of by Dutch Mantel. Dutch Mantel, if you have one gut in your body, you'll get in this ring and we'll finish it right here, right now.
Wait a minute. I am sick. I'm sick. I got a fever. I got a fever and I can't get it. Come on, Carl!
Styles.
Beat him up!
Yes,
Come on, Carl! Come on! Get on him, Carl! Carl's gonna beat him up for me! Come on, Carl! Come on, get him down! Get him down, Carl!
Attacking Brian Lee from behind.
Come on! Hey!
All right, we got to get some order restored, fans. We'll be back. Let's take a commercial break right now.
I'm sick.
All right, so we had Brian Lee come out, challenge Dutch to get back here into the ring and take on Prime Time. But of course, Dutch doesn't. Carl attacks Brian Lee from behind, and we get a little bit of a fight here and some lengthy crowd shots before we go to commercial. We come back here, and we're going to get some Jim Cornette here as he cuts a promo about his new tag team.
Fans, one of the biggest questions in wrestling right now is, who is Jim Cornette's tag team going to be? Well, let's hear these words. Let's go right to the horse's mouth.
You know, it seems like Commissioner Bob Armstrong's leading the gutless brigade around here. There's not a man anywhere in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. They're all a bunch of gutless cowards. They're scared of my new tag team, scared of who they might be, scared of what they might do. Bob Armstrong says,
You can't enter a team that's nameless, that's faceless in the Smoky Mountain Tag Team Title Tournament. That wouldn't be fair to all the other teams. Well, I got news for you, Bob Armstrong. Nobody's going to know who my tag team is until that tournament rolls around. I'm doing you a favor because they'd all be so scared, everybody entering that tournament, they'd bail out like rats deserting a sinking ship.
All right, so yeah, that was Jim Cornette. He cuts another promo about how his mystery team coming up and how, Bullet Bob does not want him to have a mystery team. He wants Jim Cornette to tell us, hey, this is your team. This is who all the other wrestlers in this tournament are going to have to face. It's unfair to these other wrestlers that, we get to have a mystery team that they can prepare for. And yeah, they're gonna try to keep things going here. But up next, it is our main event here. It is Jimmy Golden one-on-one with Rock and Roll Robert Gibson. Magically, Dutch is feeling so much better here all of a sudden. And Dutch reiterates what Jim Cornette said, that, if Jim Cornette said who his tag team was, the other teams would quit out of fear. And we don't want that here on Mid-South. We want, Mid-South. Wow. I'm on the wrong show here. We don't want that here in Smoky Mountain. We want to have a good, clean, crisp tag team tournament. And we want to have 8 teams in it. And it's not going to work if, 7 teams quit, before the whole thing even starts. Dutch said that Gibson and Ricky Morton have gone their separate ways. Not mentioned was that last year in WCW in 1991, Morton turned heel on Gibson, leading to a match at the infamous Great American Bash, the We Want Flair Great American Bash. So while this match is going on, let's go on some more what's going on elsewhere in the world of wrestling right now. Vince, by the way, in addition to everything going on with the sex scandal, he was not impressed by WCW's steroid policy, which encourages voluntary testing, and has stated that the bodybuilders in the World Bodybuilding Federation would all be tested at least 5 times before the June 13th pay-per-view. Now, I have no clue if they were actually tested 5 times or not. My guess would be they weren't. However, it was obvious if you were to go back and watch that show, that these bodybuilders were quickly getting off the juice, because all you have to do is compare how they looked in 1992 to how they looked in 1991. And I mean, it is painfully obvious that these guys are getting off whatever they were on. Now, Lou Ferrigno, who was signed with the WBF and was scheduled to be on the pay-per-view for a pose-off with Gary Stridham, who won the 1991 WBF title, he actually quit the WBF. He claimed it was due to a hand injury, but I mean, let's be honest here. It was more than likely due to exactly what you think he would have quit the WBF after this would be for. By the way, I met Lou Ferrigno a few years ago at a Comic-Con. I try to be nice about people, but he was not a very nice guy. I'll just say that, and it's possible I just got him at a bad time or a bad day. But Lou Ferrigno, let's just say if you have a chance to meet Lou Ferrigno, spend your $20 or whatever elsewhere. Go meet somebody else. They announced that next week we're going to have the debut of Terry Bam Bam Gordy right here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And while this is going on here, I should mention that WCW did have some positivity going on right now. They just had their Super Brawl 2 pay-per-view, which wasn't the show of the year that people were thinking when they looked at the original lineup, but it was still a pretty good pay-per-view. The main negative part was the main event where Sting beat Lex Luger for the WCW title, and most people looked at that as a big red X on the show. However, this was the famous show that did kick off with the Brian Pillman, Jushin Liger light heavyweight title match that stole the show. It's a match that still holds up to this day. So, if you're out there and you're like, hey, I've got Peacock, I can watch Super Bowl II. I would still greatly recommend it. It was also the WCW debut of Jesse the Body Ventura. He had actually debuted at the Clash of the Champions, which was the first time he actually did commentary. And, he was great. And we don't say a lot about Jesse in WCW, but, on day one, he was great. Now, back to our main event here. Jimmy Golden and Rock and Roll Robert Gibson. Ivan and Vladimir Koloff came to ringside to give Jimmy moral support. Of course, being good, clean, I'm sure Christian athletes, they wouldn't do something heinous like get involved. And who am I kidding? That ended up being a lie. Ivan tripped Gibson behind the referee's back while Gibson was coming off the ropes. The story that the announcers were telling was that Gibson is so used to being in a tag team that he doesn't really know how to work as a singles wrestler, and that he's still always looking over in the corner to reach out to get a tag, even though there's nobody there. And, they worked that pretty well. And if you remember, there was a Royal Rumble a few years ago where Road Dogg was in it. And at one point, he literally starts crawling for the tag and has to stop himself because, there was a Royal Rumble, not a tag team match, playa. Robert Gibson's making his comeback. He just hit a big enziguri on Jimmy Golden. And Robert Gibson is running wild here, ladies and gentlemen. He's making his big comeback. Golden is bumping over the place, which again, if you haven't been listening the last few weeks, Jimmy Golden goes on to WCW as Bunkhouse Buck. Gibson hits a big running bulldog out of the corner, and Ivan and Vladimir hit the ring for the disqualification. Gibson had Jimmy Golden pinned here, but the Koloff stopped that from happening, and we have a 3-on-1 beatdown in Rock and Roll Robert Gibson. But oh man, here comes Tim Horner, and here comes Hector Guerrero to make the save for Rock and Roll Robert Gibson. What a nice couple guys these two guys are, Hector and Tim. And so Jimmy Golden standing tall, even though he did lose here in our main event. And we still have a promo to go here. Now going back to what we've already seen with the plugs for the house shows here. Coming up at the Civic Center Ballroom. All that's TV taping. Tickets only available on the day of the show for $7 each, which I mean, hey, I'll go out for $7. Let's say there were 250 people there, even though, like I said, I think it's closer to 150, 125. But let's say it's 250 at $7 a ticket here. It'd be nice if my calculator pulled up here quickly. $10 would be $2,500. This would probably be like, 17. So yeah, $1,750 if that actually was 250 paid. Doubt it, but if it was, they made $1,750 here and probably lost their butt. But we'll argue that another day. But so let's go now to our show closing promo. Robert Gibson, Primetime Brian Lee are there. So is Bullet Bob Armstrong. And let's go ahead and play that here.
Fans right now, Brian Lee, Rock and Roll Robert Gibson, and of course Commissioner Bob Armstrong. Bob, it looks like restoring order is going to be a big task.
Well, I'm doing the best I can to keep order, but there's always going to be guys like the Koloffs, Jimmy Golden, Dirty Dutch Mantell. They're going to get away with whatever they can get away with. But I just want to be the first to tell them that on this side of the fence, we got a lot of firepower too. And I want to tell you, Robert, and Primetime Brian Lee, if you want to get a few guys together and maybe even up the odds and show them some firepower, then I may be tempted to look the other way.
Robert, what about that?
All I want to say is one thing. Jimmy Golden, between me and you, it's not over with. I'll say one thing, guys. Payback's heck, and Jimmy Golden won't be long for payback's time.
Well, Brian, you caught it in there from that Carl style.
I want to say thanks to Bob Armstrong, because next week I have a match with Carl Styles, and Carl Styles, I'm going through you, and when Dutch Mantell, I get my hands on you, I'm going to break you in half.
All right, fans, that's about going to wrap it up for this week. Don't forget, next week, right here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling, Terry Bam Bam Gordy will be here in our main event. This one right here, Primetime Brian Lee, Carl Stiles. We'll see you then. So long for now.
All righty, so that's going to do it here for this week's Smoky Mountain Wrestling. If you're watching along on YouTube, there's still a few more seconds of the promo that we just listened to. But essentially, Bullet Bob is saying that, he might be tempted to look the other way with all this cheating that we keep getting here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And Robert Gibson quickly mentions that he wants a rematch with Jimmy Golden. And Brian Lee plugs his match next week with Carl Stiles and stating that he wants to get at Dutch Mantel. That's the big feud we got here so far going on at Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And that's going to do it for this week's show. So, thought it went well here. I tried a slightly different format here. But, we watched along. I thought it was a good show, both from the actual Smoky Mountain show and also, this actual show that you're listening to standpoint. But yeah, that's going to do it for this week. I want to thank everybody again for listening, and I hope you have a great rest of your week. Hello and welcome to the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Re-Watch-Along Project. This is podcasting the way it used to be and the way you like it. This show is a production of the Something Else Podcasting Network, and it is episode number 006 of Smoky Mountain Wrestling from March 7th, 1992, taped on February 1st, 1992 at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum Ballroom in Knoxville, Tennessee. My name is Aria, and welcome to our show. In case you're new to the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Re-Watch-Along Project, we literally do commentary over episodes of Smoky Mountain Wrestling beginning in February of 1992. There are exactly 200 episodes, which means that we are, what is that, 1/40th of the way done. So, yay. So just a reminder, depending on where you're listening to us, don't be afraid to hit the subscribe button, because if you subscribe to the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Re-Watch-Along Project, you not just only get this show, but you get our regular standard Something Else episode every Monday or Tuesday that comes out featuring my thoughts on Mid-South Wrestling, currently in 1982. So what we do here, if you want to pull the episode up on YouTube or if you have it somewhere else, we're going to count it down and then start playing. And as we go along here, I'll also talk to you about other things that are going on in the world of wrestling at this time. So we're going to start things off. If you've got the show pulled up, 29 seconds into the show, we're going to go to the introduction with Bob Caudle and Dutch Mantel. And he has some guests at the desk with him. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and press play right now.
From Knoxville, Tennessee, welcome to Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Wrestling the way it used to be and the way you like it. Hi, wrestling fans. I'm Bob Caudle. This week we've got an action-packed hour in store for all you wrestling fans. We're going to see right here this week, Terry Bam Bam Gordy is going to be right here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Hollywood Bob Holly also is going to be here. And we got a big main event with Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. What about that main event, Dutch Mantel?
Okay, the main event today, I want all you little munchkins to listen up. Carl Stiles, my friend, is going to take that Brian Lee right in the ring today, and he's going to put an end to him because I'm going to see to it. I'm still a little bit under the weather, but I'm going to be in Carl Stiles' corner, and you people have seen the end of Brian Lee right here today.
Okay, fans, that's the main event we've been telling you about. Carl Stiles against primetime Brian Lee, and Dutch says he's going to be in the corner. This man right here, this man says he's the best conditioned athlete in all the professional sports. Rip Rogers. Rip,
First of all, I want to let all these hillbillies know that unlike these fat, disgusting, out of shape mountain folk, I'm the most fit man in all professional wrestling today. I can out-junk Michael Jordan. I can hit more home runs than Bobby Bonilla. I can do it all, baby, and I'm going to do it right today on TV. Squats the whole hour.
He's going to do free squats, fan, during the entire hour, he says. And we'll be keeping tabs on that. Let's go to the ring now for our ring introduction.
All right, so we heard from Bob and Dutch. Dutch has Carl Styles with him at his desk, as always, and today Carl Styles is going to go one-on-one with Primetime Brian Lee in our main event, and we're also going to have Paul Orndorff in action, and we also are joined by Rip Rogers, who has announced that unlike all these fat, out-of-shape mountain folk, he is very fit, and he plans on doing squats for an entire hour. Now, I recall seeing in Angelo Poffo's ICW, they did a thing once where Lanny Poffo would do sit-ups for the entire hour, and they just showed a square at the bottom corner of the screen with Lanny Poffo sitting up repeatedly over and over and over again. This case, spoiler alert, that's not how it happens. Just periodically we see and or hear Rip Rogers in the background, and that's what happens there. So we go to our first match here. It is Hollywood, Bob Holly versus Joey Maggs. Caudle says that Maggs doesn't have the experience of Bob Holly. Actually, I'm sorry, Dutch said that. The issue with that is, according to the always reliable Wikipedia, both men debuted in 1987. Now, as we've mentioned before, Dutch is feuding with Primetime Brian Lee, and sometimes Dutch is a little bit ridiculous in his descriptions. But first, let me throw to the announcers here quick.
I want all of the fans to know that also during this hour we're going to have a ruling from Commissioner Barb Armstrong, and that's on the manager, Mr. Ron Wright, who has really been interfering every time we see him come into the arena. Every time he gets down to the ring, he's been interfering in the matches, and Commissioner Bob Armstrong, he's going to make a ruling on that.
What kind of ruling?
I don't know, but he's got some news for us concerning Mr. Ron Wright.
So I don't know who Barb Armstrong is, but Bob Armstrong is going to be here to give us a ruling about Ron Wright and how he's constantly interfering in the matches here in Smoky Mountain. But that's that. And as I mentioned, as I started mentioning here, Dutch has been feuding with Primetime Brian Lee, and to the point of it being a bit ridiculous here. Dutch vows at one point to help the FBI to get rid of Brian Lee, so they won't. Actually, he's going to help the FBI today by getting rid of Brian Lee, so this way they don't have to bother investigating him as a serial killer. Bob Holly during this match, he hits a leg drop, and as happens every time somebody's hit a leg drop in Smoky Mountain Wrestling so far, it is not the finish. I'm not sure if at some point in the next 4 years someone wins the leg drop, but it sure as heck isn't going to be right now anyway. It's actually kind of funny how, and it's like, I want to believe it's a little bit of a coincidence that all these wrestlers are hitting leg drops and none of them ever work as a finish, but it's 1992. Nothing is a coincidence. Holly, by the way, gets backdropped once as we go through this match here, but elbowed Maggs on the second attempt, and he actually picks up the win with a top rope elbow drop, which shows that he's already retired the top rope knee drop, which he had been using, because, I mean, at the end of the day, that's just going to mess up your knee something fierce. So if you're watching along, the match is still going on, so you're welcome for spoiling that for you here. Not that spoiling 30-year-old wrestling shows is that big of a deal, but here we are. By the way, as we've mentioned in prior weeks, they announced that there's 250 people in attendance at this show. Honestly, it looks closer to about 100, 150. This is the second of 3 shows that were taped on February 1st. And then we still have next week's show before we get a new set of tapings. To go through some of the things that are happening elsewhere in wrestling, as we've talked about in the last few weeks, the scandals against the WWF are raging on. And they aren't just affecting the WWF, because both WCW and Global Wrestling are worried about what the current WWF scandals will do to potential sponsors, and that this is making getting sponsors more difficult. Now, keeping in mind, Global just started, and to be honest, I don't remember Global really having many sponsors to begin with. And WCW, on a good day, they were getting Mellow Yellow and Ruse and all these other just B plus level sponsors. So, I'm not terribly worried about what, this is going to do to the sponsorship income of our number 2 and number whatever companies in the United States in 1992. Meanwhile, if you're watching along, Bob Holly just hit the big body slam, and he's about to go up top to hit a gigantic knee drop. I'm sorry, a gigantic elbow drop. Beautiful elbow drop, by the way. And he, of course, picks up the win. And we're now going to go to an interview with everyone's favorite, Tim Horner. Let's go to that right now.
Right now, here is Tim Horner, Morristown, Tennessee's own Tim Horner. And Tim, all of the fans in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, they've just been delighted to see you and to have you in action.
That's right. It's a pleasure to be.
Just a minute. 248, 249.
Hustler Rip Rogers, he's still doing these free squats over here.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's a pleasure to be back in the Smoky Mountain.
Shut up! This is my interview time. 255, 256.
What?
Like I
Shut
said.
up, Porter. Nobody wants to hear from a hillbilly.
Hey, have you got a problem?
I don't have a problem. I'm just doing free squats the whole hour to show everybody in TV land that I'm the most fit man in wrestling. You care to try? I don't think you can do free squats for a whole hour, and I'm not even tired, like a bunch of you fat, disgusting, mountaineer hillbillies.
You're gonna do it for an hour?
I'm gonna do this the whole hour, and there's nothing nobody can do about it.
I bet you anything that you can't do it. Wait a minute.
Hey, shut up out
Hey,
there.
I got $500 here. It says you can't do it the whole hour.
$500?
Yeah.
Well, that's stupid if you want to throw away your money, because I can do squats for 3 weeks if I want to. And I'm going to prove it today on this program.
All right, that's on, fans. We're going to start it. We're going to see if he can last the entire hour, Tim. We'll keep track on him.
I'll be back later to see.
And fans, we'll be back. We'll have more right after this.
Oh, man. They keep showing this portly young lady in the audience as they're doing this, and she's dancing along. And, oh, man. Well, anyway, so you heard the interview. So Tim Horner, first of all, Bob Caudle lied to the people, and I thought that, the lead announcer isn't supposed to lie to the people, but Bob Caudle announces that the fans of Smoky Mountain are excited to see Tim Horner. Why would you lie to people like that? That just seems mean. But Rip Rogers is, like we said, doing squats, and he keeps stopping Horner from talking, which to me makes Rip Rogers the number 1 babyface in the territory. And it eventually leads to Tim Horner betting $500. Actually, it's not really so much a bet. It's Tim Horner will give Rip Rogers $500 if he does free squats for the entire hour. And Rip Rogers is going along. He claims that he can do free squats for 3 weeks. So we'll see if he lasts 1 hour. Right now we're about, 12 minutes into a 50-minute show. So he only has 38, 39 minutes to go. I mean, I would say it's not impossible, but, hey, we'll see, I guess. Up next, Terry Bam Bam Gordy's in action. A 1-on-1 with WCW Saturday Night veteran Tommy Angel. A few weeks ago, we had mentioned that Gordy and Dr. Death Steve Williams were in negotiations with WCW in real life. And spoiler alert, he actually debuts on WCW television the weekend that this airs. So yeah, he's already gone, which is hilarious because he's still on TV for a few more weeks. And Gordy, of course, a few weeks ago, cut just that fantastic promo about coming all the way from Freebird Mountain. And Tommy Angel, as mentioned, a veteran of 605 TV jobs, is not going to improve his win-loss record here. Caudle said that Gordy is the highest paid American wrestler in Japan. Since this was when Vader was still over there, I would imagine that Bob Caudle may have been fibbing when he said that. Let's see here. Well, this match is going on, and, you know, I mean, it's Terry Gordy. I believe this was before he had his stroke. In fact, I'm almost 100% positive of that. Or he had, I don't know if it's a stroke, but he had his health issues that really diminished his skills at the time. He's still looking good here. You know, big, huge, impressive looking guy. He's not like, and this is one of those funny things. It's like, you know, when you think about, you know, 80s and early 90s wrestling, you think of big, jacked up dudes. And Gordy's, you know, he's not fat, he's not unmuscular, but he looks good here. You know, he looks like a kick-ass babyface. And sometimes that's what you want. Let's go to another audio clip with Bob and Dutch.
Wrestler, but I'm not sure that he may be just a little bit overmatched here, Dutch. Although I know he knew what he was getting into when he signed the contract for this match.
Well, if he doesn't step in the ring with these top guys, see, one of these days Tommy Angel is going to come up and he's going to upset a top name, and that's going to be the springboard for him to see if he can move up that ladder. Now, when he does upset somebody, say today, I don't think it ever in 999 times out of 1,000 would he be able to beat Terry Gordy unless Terry Gordy's as sick as I was last week. But say he beat Terry Gordy, then he'd be on his way up that ladder. But you see, after he would beat a top star like this, then it's up to him to see if he can beat another top star.
That was a devastating elbow right to the back.
So they're telling you not just about Tommy Angel, but about enhancement wrestlers in general. It's like, you know, if they get these big wins here, and, you know, they said it's unlikely that Angel's going to be a star of the caliber of Terry Gordy, but if they do manage to get these wins, this is a step towards them becoming a bigger name, a bigger star in wrestling. And, you know, they have a chance to do it here. Rip Rogers, by the way, is at 550 squats, and we're at 15 minutes into the show. And Terry Gordy's about to win with a big power bomb, dropping Tommy Angel to the ground. As predicted, Tommy Angel does not improve his win-loss record. Terry Bam Bam Gordy is still your winner, and he is your winner. And he's going to come up here with a promo here in just a second. And, yeah, we'll see if Rip Rogers interrupts him like he was interrupting Tim Horner, although I'd interrupt Tim Horner too, but that's just me. Let's go out of that promo.
All right, fans, and right here, we're going to try to get big Terry Bam Bam Gordy over here with us. That was a great, great opening match here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling, and I know you're here because I know there's championship in the back of your mind, Smoky Mountain Heavyweight Championship, with a tournament coming up in the near future.
Let me speak truthfully to all these people here, and everybody out there at TV. You know, I don't think there's a man alive that can beat me. I'd just like to say that right now. There is not a man alive today that can beat me. And you see what I did? The bombs are already starting to fall, Daddy. The bombs are falling. And it's just like this, Smoky Mountain Wrestling. If they've got a title, then it belongs to Terry Gordy. You can put your money on it. I know the commissioner, he's already got his money on it because he knows what Terry Gordy can do. I've done busted his head a couple of times, so you ask the commissioner what Terry Bam Gordy can do. You know, Terry Gordy don't have no friends. And I'd just like to say this, I am the man that will hold that title if there is one.
Terry Bam Bam Gordy fans, we'll be back right after this.
It's sad that he's already out the door because, I mean, it would have been great to see Terry Gordy wrestling here for, the next 6 to 12 months. It would have been, really interesting. I'm not saying he didn't do a lot of good stuff in WCW. Him and Dr. Death were there. They feuded with the Steiners. They had some matches with Wyndham and Dustin Rhodes. It was all good stuff here. Just too bad he doesn't last here because, he vows to be the next Smoky Mountain champion. Spoiler alert, it does not happen. But hey, at least he has some goals in life, right? So we go from there almost immediately to a local promo here. Let's play that, and I'll be right back.
I want to invite you to continue watching each week right here on this station, Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Wrestling the way it used to be, and wrestling the way you like it. The big news, of course, is that very soon, Smoky Mountain Wrestling will be coming live to your town. And you'll be seeing such outstanding stars as this man right here next to me, Nitro and Danny Davis. Danny?
Thank you very much for the introduction. I am proud to be associated with Smoky Mountain Wrestling because it's been a long time since I've been in the area. It's also been a long time since the wrestling fans around here have seen live wrestling. And it's like you said, there's nothing like live wrestling. So whenever Smoky Mountain Wrestling comes out, come out and see us. I'm looking forward to seeing all my friends from the past because for years, many years ago, I was a name here. Most fans remember me as Nightmare Danny Davis, but that's a thing of the past because now it's Nitro Danny Davis because just like a ball of nitroglycerin, you get too close and shake me up, I'm going to explode on you.
One of the many stars of Smoky Mountain Wrestling fans, Nitro Danny Davis. Now let's talk with the commissioner of Smoky Mountain Wrestling, Mr. Bob Armstrong. Bob?
Bob, it's good to be with you. I've got a list right here of some of the top wrestlers in the country and another list back here of some that negotiations are going on with as we speak. What Smoky Mountain is trying to do is bring the sport of wrestling back as a family feature, something you can bring your children out to enjoy and not be ashamed of at affordable prices. Some things have gotten out of context. I'm not going to allow any breakage of the rules, no pile drivers over the top ropes. You know all the things we've gone over. I've gone over it with the wrestlers, and fines are going to be handed out. Fines are going to be levied on anybody that breaks the rules. So we will try to make it a family affair, like I say, and like you've been talking about, it's much more fun to watch professional wrestling in person. TV matches are great, and we've had some great TV matches, good tournaments to come. But if you take my word for it, Smoky Mountain Wrestling is a place to be. Come out and see us when we come to your town, and come see us in person.
So not a whole lot from it. I mean, just your standard local promo. Danny Davis is going to explode on you, and Bullet Bob has lists of wrestlers looking to come in. So we're just going to go straight to the next promo, which is a live promo, and go from there.
There he is, and still going strong, and he's been at it every minute. Hustler Rip Rogers still doing those squats. With me right now, Commissioner Bob Armstrong. Bob, I tell you, I know that we've been talking to a lot of them here. They got heavyweight championship on their mind.
You're exactly right, and there's good news. That heavyweight championship tournament is in the works, Bob. And it's my pleasure now to announce that in 2 weeks from tonight, we start the tag team title tournament. Some lucky team will win the newly sanctioned Smoky Mountain Tag Team Championship belt. So I'm looking forward to that, too. That ought to be great. We'll keep it going until somebody wins.
And that's going to start in 2 weeks right here on television, right?
In 2 weeks right here on TV, the Tag Team, Smoky Mountain Tag Team Tournament. Now, that's the good news. Now, I've got some bad news, and I'm having a problem with Mr. Ron Wright.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we've got some film here, and I think if we go to that, maybe we can see some of the problems that I'm now having with Mr. Ron Wright.
So Bullet Bob comes out first, telling us about how, in 2 weeks, we're finally going to start our tag team title tournament. But right now, he's worried about what's going on with Mr. Ron Wright. And they show us footage of, the first 5 weeks where every week Ron Wright's getting involved. He's interfering in matches. He's causing heels to pick up wins here. And unfair wins at that, and it includes everything, including Bob Holly beating Tommy Angel last week, which if you're watching along, you got this queued up on YouTube and you're watching along, that's what's actually showing right now. was Mr. Wright grabbing Tommy Angel's ankle. And we're going to go back here in just a second to Bob Armstrong, who has something to say about this, and we're going to see what happens.
You're right. I've seen it. All the fans have seen it. He's been interfering in a number of matches.
That's exactly right. You know, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and there you can see it. But you know, Ron Wright has got a manager's license, so my hands are tied. There's nothing I can do. But he's got no right to come down to the ring when either man in the ring is not under contract to Ron Wright. So for that, I'm telling Ron Wright right now, I am banning you from the ringside, brother. Unless you get a contract with somebody, I want you to stay away from the ring. It's not fair to the wrestlers. If you're wrestling somebody, you have to look at him. You don't want to be looking at Ron Wright. It's not fair to the fans who are watching for Ron Wright to pull something in front of missing some of the action in the ring. Yeah. So from now on, he is barred, Bob, and I do mean that.
Well, he can't. Wait a minute. Here is Mr. Ron Wright, and you heard that from the commissioner, I take it.
Listen, I'm hearing what you're saying, Mr. I can't believe that you'd come down here and try to mistreat a poor old crippled old man like me. You know I've been one of the most finest, upstanding gentleman wrestlers in my life. I've never harmed a man in my life in that ring. Here I've got a bad hip, and I'm just trying to...
Just a minute, brother. You've gone to... I ain't gonna buy that garbage. Maybe some people you can feed that malarkey to, but you forget I know you, Ron Wright. I've been around you for more than 20 years. I've seen you wrestle. I've seen you take guys that are trying to get a start in this business and cripple them and mash them and maim them so bad that they couldn't even walk right. I got a scar in my head right now and a knot on it that I'll have till the day I die. So you ain't fooling me. Now, I said that you're the rottenest, low-down, meanest wrestler that's ever been in the ring. And unless you get a contract with somebody, I said you're barred from this, and you are barred right now. You keep your manager's license, but keep your butt away from that ring.
Let me tell you something, Bob Armstrong. If
you ain't telling me nothing.
Man I was, I'd get up. If I had somebody to pick me up out of this...
Oh, fan. Hey, there goes Mr. Ron Wright, fans.
Bullet Bob just gets so fed up with Mr. Ron Wright that, you know, he just decides to roll him away. So you heard what he said, but just to, you know, go through it here. He said that Ron Wright has no right to come to the ringside unless he signs a wrestler to a contract. You know, he's got a manager's license, so Bob cannot stop him from finding a wrestler to manage, but he can stop him from coming out to the ring when he doesn't have a man under contract. And this, of course, brings out Mr. Ron Wright, who cannot believe that Bullet Bob would ban a poor old crippled man. He's a fine, upstanding gentleman wrestler, and he was one of the finest, nicest, most gentlemanly wrestlers ever. And now he's got a bad hip and he needs help for. And of course, Bob being the babyface commissioner that he is, he's like, I'm not gonna fall for your bullshit here. You know, this crap is garbage. I've been around you for 20 years, Ron Wright, and for over 20 years you've been a low down, dastardly, heinous heel. You know, Bob's got a scar and a knot on his head from Ron, and he reiterates that he's barred from ringside. And of course, Bob starts, I'll tell you something, Bob Armstrong. And Bob's like, no, you're not. He rolls him away. It's just hilarious watching this whole thing, especially remembering that, like, Ron Wright is not, you know, that old. But man, you know, he looks like he's a good 10 plus years older than he really was at this point. Because at this point, I think he was in his early 50s. But, you know, the way he looks, especially in a wheelchair like that, he could easily pass for someone much older. They then re-air the interview with the principal from East High School in Morristown, Tennessee, showing that, yes, they really need to find ways to fill up time on this 1 hour program. We then come back, and Mr. Wonderful, Paul Orndorff, is here, and he's got something to say. Let's go to that right now.
Fans, women right now, world-renowned Mr. Wonderful, Paul Orndorff. Paul, already, the Smoky Mountain Tournament, the word is getting around, and they're coming from all corners, and I know you're interested in that championship also.
Well, that's very true, you know, but still, I've been researching this thing a little bit more, that I can't use a pile driver. Well, I just saw Bam Bam what's his name out there just do a move that could have broke somebody's neck. I saw a drop kick off the top rope that could have broke somebody's neck. And here's another guy that uses a neck breaker that could have broke somebody's neck. But Mr. Wonderful can't go out there and use a move that is known through all out the world, and that's the pile driver. I want to know why, and the people out there want to know why, that I can't use my pile driver when everybody else can use what they want to use. What's the deal down here, brother?
Commissioner Bob Armstrong has ruled it illegal, and you know, and I think all the wrestling fan knows, what a deadly move that is, Paul.
Well, let's face it, we're out here to win. I mean, we're not a bunch of little babies out here. I'm out here to win. You got Bam Bam up here running his mouth that there ain't a man out here that can beat him. Well, you know, I think the same way. I don't think there's a man out here that can beat me. But you know what, Mr. Wonderful's different? I don't need to use the pile driver. I got a lot of other moves that I can beat people with.
All right, we're going to watch him in action, fans. There he is, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. Let's go to the ring.
Tell me where Paul Orndorff is lying right there. Point out to me what part of his promo was he lying. He's come here and, you know, he's trying to win and be a fine guy who would not break the rules of wrestling. But, you know, Smoky Mountain Wrestling, like, they're almost working against him here because they are taking his move away from him. They're taking away the pile driver, saying that it's dangerous. And yeah, the pile driver is dangerous. There is a laundry list of wrestlers who have legitimately been injured because of the pile driver. Steve Austin will be the first person to tell you that the pile driver can be dangerous. But then he mentions, you know what else is dangerous? Terry Gordy, you know, flipped the guy in half on a power bomb a minute ago. Tommy Angel. That could have broken the guy's neck. Bob Holly does a missile drop kick. That could have broken a guy's neck. You know who, by the way, would agree that power bombs can break someone's neck? Bob Holly. So yeah, he's not lying here, but he's also not lying when he says that, you know, he's got a whole boatload of moves and maneuvers that he can use on people and to win his matches. And so yeah, we'll see here how this progresses as we move on to our next match, which is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff going one-on-one with Barry Horowitz. Now, obviously, Orndorff has not gone full heel yet, although he is not that far away from going full heel. Bob and Dutch continue to talk about the pile driver, and Cottle specifically says that you can maim and even kill wrestlers with the pile driver, and that's why it's probably banned. And makes as much sense as anything else, right? So we're a little more than halfway through the show, and Rip Rogers has allegedly done 1,060 squats. Cottle asks if they make the pile driver legal, why don't they just make guns and knives legal, since you could use those to maim and kill people? Because it makes perfect sense, you know? Barry Horowitz is draping Orndorff over the apron, and Horowitz just drops an elbow into Orndorff's neck, and Dutch asks, hey, that could have injured him, that could have broken his neck. Why isn't that illegal? So continuing the Dutch and Brian Lee feud, I'm going to play a quick little audio clip of a random comment Dutch is about to make. Let's go to that right here in the middle of the match.
Good son of a gun. I'm going to tell him that right now. He hates kids. He hates animals. He doesn't even like Baskin-Robbins ice cream. Something's wrong with him.
Well, Horowitz has got Mr. Wonderful in trouble.
Bob Cottle, by the way, this is one of those perfect examples of why, you know, they work really well as a team. You know, Dutch is just saying just complete, absolute nonsense here. And, whatchamacallit, you know, Bob just ignores him and moves on with his life. Because it's like, dude, don't give me this baloney. You're full of it. I know you're full of it, you know, but yeah. Orndorff, one point, hits an elbow to a standing Horowitz and goes for the pile driver, but the referee reminds him that's illegal. Horowitz takes over after a missing drop kick, and they're going to go on here for another minute or two While they're going on, let's go to Billy Jack Haynes, who's not on Smoky Mountain, but is a crazy nut job, causing news here. He claims that he called Pat Patterson twice, or he called Pat Patterson to get a tryout at a TV taping. He drove himself from Oregon to Texas, where the WWF was taping television, and he wasn't given the chance to try out. And he was allegedly going to flip out at Vince McMahon, but Hercules stopped him from doing so. Billy Jack claimed that Pat Patterson called his dad. Pat Patterson called Billy Jack Haynes' dad twice and threatened to kill Billy Jack if he, quote unquote, doesn't stop what he's doing. And just amazing. Haynes, and at this point, it's like whether or not any of this stuff is true, at this point, with all of the allegations against the WWF, basically anything that was coming out at this time, you're just going to assume was true because of everything going on. Haynes claims that he personally shot Hogan full of steroids, and that the only reason why he stopped doing steroids himself was because of all the health issues with superstar Billy Graham, which, if nothing else, at least sounds completely feasible here. Barry Orton continued his media blitz, and he claimed that Vince told him he needs to get on the juice in order to get a push, which I think has been proven over the years that while Vince may have implied things, he may have led you to believe certain things, he's never actually told anyone to get on steroids. And it's one thing to say these things when you're doing an interview with, a news magazine. It's another thing when you're called into court and having to swear under oath and the penalty of perjury that it's true. Rip Rogers is still doing squats, as Paul Orndorff, by the way, won with a backslide. And we're going to come back here in just a second with a Jim Cornette promo. By the way, civic groups, JV organizations, you can get Smoky Mountain Wrestling in your area for a portion of the receipts. All you have to do is write to or call Sandy Scott at the phone number and address on your screen, and you can get a portion of the receipts get donated to you, and yada, yada, yada. Smoky Mountain Wrestling in your local civic organization. A great tag team. Let's go to Jim Cornette.
All right, fans, in 2 weeks, it's a big tag team tournament. Jim Cornette, why the big mystery about the team?
First of all, if you look over here at the front row, they've decided to remake Deliverance with the original cast. I want you people to shut up while I'm doing something out here. Let me tell you something. Mr. Stick His Nose in Everybody's Business Armstrong, he assaults a cripple over here. He tells me, shut up. He tells me, Jim Cornette, it's not fair for you to have a mystery team in a tournament. It's not fair for all the other teams not to know who it is. Well, let me tell you something. If I was to reveal the identity of my tag team, then every single man in this part of the country would hang his head in shame, move out of the area. It would create financial upheaval, socio-economic calamity. The whole area, the whole way of life as we know it would be thrown into disrepair. And as far as the tournament goes, the Smoky Mountain Tag Team Tournament would be decimated. Every wrestler would be diving out of it. They'd be so scared. But I will say one thing. My team is sexier than Madonna's last video, built better than a bomb shelter, and more dangerous than a dinner party at Jeffrey Dahmer's place. And they will be the Tag Team Champions. Good luck, Rip.
All right, and Rip Rogers is still at it. Jim Cornette, Dutch Mantel. Last week, you were supposed to wrestle. Carl Styles, you had Carl go in and do your dirty work for you. Fans, let's go back and look at some of that, what happened.
All right, so while they're showing that, Cottle interviews Jim Cornette about a mystery team. He, of course, talks about how Bob Armstrong assaulted a poor, crippled old gentleman wrestler, and how it's unfair to all the other teams that, have a mystery team in the tournament. But Corny argues that, it is fair, because if he would have told you who the mystery team is, everybody else in the company would drop out of the tournament and they wouldn't even be able to have a tournament because that's how great his tag team is here. And he points out that his tag team is sexier than Madonna's last video, built better than a bomb shelter, and yes, more dangerous than a dinner party at Jeffrey Dahmer's place. And he leaves to go do whatever. And Dutch and Carl move in, and they talk about what happened last week with Carl Styles and Primetime Brian Lee. And they come back, and Dutch has more to say, shockingly enough.
Wait a minute. If I ever saw a coward, it's in the form of Brian Lee. Now, coming up next, people, we're going to take a 2-minute break. But coming up next, Brian Lee, he's going to drag his low-life, egg-sucking carcass right down that aisle. He's going to climb in that ring with my man right here, Carl Styles, and it's going to be a historical happening. Just in 2 minutes, we're going to take Brian Lee out. Let's go.
Oh, man. In just 2 minutes, they're going to go to commercial break, but in 2 minutes, we're going to have a historical happening because they're going to take out Primetime Brian Lee. Man, oh man, I didn't realize the end of Brian Lee here in Smoky Mountain happened so soon. I could swear he was around much longer, but I guess, Dutch is telling us that this is going to be it for Primetime Brian Lee, and so, unfortunately, I guess I got to take the man at his word here. So since Dutch Mantel is going to be managing Carl Styles in the main event, we need a new color commentator, and we get him in the form of Mr. Jim Cornette, who, as far as it goes with backup color commentators, that's a pretty good one. Let's be honest here. So that leads us here to our main event. It is Primetime Brian Lee go 1-on-1 with Carl Styles, who has Dirty Dutch Mantel in his corner. Lee's music hits and he chases after Dutch and just chases him around the ring because it takes Carl Styles forever and a day to catch him. I think Carl got it backwards about, who's supposed to be unable to catch the other person here. And, Lee beats up Styles and they immediately do the exact same thing where Dutch is just running around the ring. Brian Lee is slowly chasing after him, and Carl Styles is even slower following after Brian Lee. And eventually, though, they got back in the ring, and it's time to wrestle. But the story of this match is, you're going to see if you're watching along on the video, is every time Brian Lee gets the advantage, he goes out of the ring and tries to chase after Dutch Mantel because, Dutch is no good and low down and is a coward right now in avoiding these confrontations with Primetime Brian Lee. But yeah, so they're fighting out of the ring. Carl Styles picked up a chair, but that was kind of Danny Spivey. But no, Brian Lee drives him into the corner and continues to chase after Dutch. At this point, I think Dutch is getting his cardio, just doing laps around the ring. Once again, Styles is able to cut him off here. And back in the ring they go. And just some clubbering going on right now, as Dusty Rhodes used to say. Not the best clubbering in the world, but it's 1992. Essentially, it is. It's independent wrestling, in 1992. Like, yeah, you're going to get Terry Gordy and you're going to get, some other veteran names. But it's like, you're also going to get a lot of Primetime Brian Lees. You're going to get a lot of Carl Styles. They aren't the greatest wrestlers in the world. And Primetime Brian Lee is finally caught up to Dutch. But Carl Styles, again, attacks him again. And, they're just clubbering away at each other on the outside of the ring here. He couldn't even get Carl Styles into the ring. This tells you everything you need to know about the skill level here. Primetime Brian Lee goes to throw Carl Styles into the ring. And Carl Styles, who's been he's been wrestling for a good 5 years at this point. He couldn't even get thrown into the ring. And that they showed, but then they showed the long camera shot of ugly people at ringside, which is what gets done when something gets botched to an epic degree here. And yes, it's not even to show fans, they show ugly fans sitting at ringside. Finally, and after the fourth or fifth time Brian Lee went after Dutch, Dutch managed to break Brian Lee's eyes, which gives Carl Styles the chance to take over here. And, Dutch being a good manager outside the ring, beating on primetime Brian Lee as the match continues here. Let's see what else we have to talk about here. All right, so also in big news, and I mean, in a regular week, this would be pretty big news, but in this past week, in this past month, this is page 9 of the Observer level news. Hulk Hogan is going to be leaving the WWF after WrestleMania 8, and the rumor is he may not be back. His reputation has taken quite a beating, in the wake of the steroid scandal, in the wake of him blatantly lying about it on the Arsenio show. And yeah, it's just like, and like when you think about it, especially at the time, it was the first time that Hogan wasn't going to be around in wrestling, or the first time Hogan going to be around in the WWF since the end of 1983. Literally, it was like the day or 2 days after Backlund lost his title to the Iron Sheik was when Hulk Hogan debuted, and there are a whole legion of fans who were unaware of the WWF without Hulk Hogan. And even though at the time I was still a fairly new fan, that was still me at the time. I did not know of a WWF without Hulk Hogan. And, all my videotapes, my action figures, like so many Hulk Hogan action figures for some reason. I was that kid. It was kind of crazy to imagine. And it ended up being a year without Hogan, because Hogan comes back in time for WrestleMania 9. Then, as we know, he doesn't last a whole lot longer. And it's a bizarre period here. Carl Styles, by the way, back in the ring, he slaps on a bear hug that so weak that Brian Lee didn't even appear to be in any pain. Dutch was ranting and raving to one of the cameras on the floor, but they don't even show him, see what he's saying, which I like to think that would have been more interesting than whatever was going on here with Carl Styles and Brian Lee. Brian Lee is making his comeback here, and looks like he's going to go set him up for the cancellation. But he can't quite get him up, so it comes out as more of a power bomb than the usual cancellation. And he gets a 3. Dutch is hitting the ring to attack primetime Brian Lee. What a cowardly act by this heel. Dutch is attacking primetime Brian Lee after this match. Carl Styles is not getting involved, but primetime Brian Lee makes his own comeback, takes out both Dutch and Carl Styles with a big double clothesline, and just wailing away. First at Carl Styles, and now Dutch hooks the ropes, and he is gone. So primetime Brian Lee, our venerable babyface, is standing tall here, and after our main event. And so up next, they're re-airing the local heel promos we played a few weeks ago, where Bob Caudle says that he's going to introduce some big stars, but first here's Jim Cornette, and it just worked. And Cornette, of course, laughs at the preposterosity of the situation, and then he brings out Terry Gordy, and I mean, we've already heard it, but we have some time here, so since this is one of our last times we're going to see or hear from Terry Gordy, let's replay Terry Gordy's first promo here in Smoky Mountain. And hey, if he's going to cut one promo, this was a pretty good one promo to cut. Let's go to that right now.
I've been from Freebird Mountain all around the world. I've been from Freebird Mountain to Tokyo, Japan. I've been from Freebird Mountain, like I said, all around the world, but this is the first time I ever came from Freebird Mountain to the Smoky Mountains. Right here I am. I'm ready to take. The bombs are starting to fall. Can you hear? Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! The bombs are starting to fall. And I'm going to be the one that drops the biggest bomb of all right there in your town, wherever the Smoky Mountain Wrestling goes. And I'll guarantee you this, the skies over your town is going to be illuminated.
This man is just tremendous. You know, you gotta love this promo here. We're actually gonna come back with a different local promo with Jim Cornette, which just is amazing that they would do the two back to back like that. But this is actually different Jim Cornette promo, and he talks about fans who want to see professional wrestling and not a circus.
News for all you wrestling fans, live professional wrestling, Smoky Mountain Wrestling will be coming to your area very soon. You've been asking for it, you've been wanting it, and Smoky Mountain Wrestling is going to deliver it. And one of the guys that's going to be kicking up a lot of dust, no doubt about that, the Louisville Slugger himself, Jim Cornette.
Yeah, all the dust is going to come out of your pocket. That's how often you reach in that wallet. You know, all over the area, they're making plans to come see Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Over there in Tennessee, they're taking a couple of swigs of that white light and that moonshine, taking in a few deposit bottles, get some pocket change, come out and see it. Over there in West Virginia, they're coming up out of holes in the ground, belching out some coal dust. Hey, take a swig of that Formula 44 to keep that black lung down, come out and see some wrestling. All over the place. Everybody wants to see professional wrestling again. They don't want to see a circus. They don't want to see a sideshow. They want to see somebody get in there and fight and scratch and kick and gouge. And the only way they're going to win that match is if they got more guts in their belly than the guy they're standing across the ring from. Well, that's exactly what's going to happen with Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And when my tag team comes to town, brother, and they'll be revealed real soon, you can be assured of one thing and one thing only. Jim Cornette gets his way. When I tell you something's going to happen, brother, it's going to happen. If I tell you the sun ain't going to come up tomorrow, you better go out and buy you a flashlight tomorrow. You better go out and buy you a flashlight. You better go out and buy you a flashlight tomorrow. You better go out and buy you a flashlight. Come on out and take a look at it.
Fans, it's Smoky Mountain Wrestling. It's wrestling the way it used to be and the way you like it. Be sure to look for it.
So we're just going to stay on.
Jim, Rip Rogers still at it. Looks like he's going to make it.
Well, I figure a man's good as his word. If he finishes up, I'm going to pay him.
Right, and I'm going to spend all your money, and there's nothing you can do about it.
What?
I said, I'm going to spend all your money, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's what I said.
How much time's he got left, Bob?
Well, let me check that. Let me check this watch. Hold on, Tim. 8:59:30. Rip, you didn't make it.
What do you mean I didn't make it?
See you next week, Bob.
2601, 2602, 2600. Get the camera on me, everybody.
No, you didn't make it. Fans, that's going to do it. See you next week.
2612, 2618.
So what a awful move by that dastardly heel, Tim Horner. You know, Rip Rogers is still going. He's doing his squats. Now, if you weren't watching the actual video, you know, whatchamacallit, Rip Rogers is leaning on a folding chair while he's doing it, which I guess is perfectly legal in the world of doing squats for an hour. I mean, I don't know. I've never done squats for an hour. And so Tim Horner, worried that he's going to have to pay his $500, that, by the way, no one forced him to offer to pay. He did this willingly and on his own. As soon as Caudle turns his back to get the stopwatch to how far into the show they are, Horner kicks the chair out from under Rip Rogers. Rogers falls. So when Bob Caudle turns around, oh my God, you know, Rip Rogers has fallen. He didn't do squats for an entire hour, only 59 minutes and 30 seconds. And so he does not get the $500. And by a horrible, dastardly move by babyface Tim Horner, a cheater, if you ask me. The Cornette promo, you know, we heard it. You know, it seems like, you know, we're just saying the same thing over and over again, but it was another great promo by Cornette. It's like, you know, he made fun of the fans about what they would have to do in order to afford to go to the wrestling matches. And, as we go along, I'll mention my disagreement with several of the things he says and, specific to, people buying tickets to his wrestling shows. But, you know, I can't imagine anybody sitting there going, hey, Ma, look at this there dastardly Jim Cornette making fun of us about us having to cash in our cans down at the recycling bin so we can get enough money to go to the wrestling matches. Y'all are going to get sick of hearing me do my fake Southern accent, aren't you? Although, is it any different than my Ron Wright impression, right? I'm saying the video got glitchy for whatever reason, but, it was what it was. And that brings us to the end of our show. So it went 50 minutes, but, it was a fairly quick 50 minutes. Carl Styles, primetime Brian Lee, exception there. But so that's going to do it for the show. I want to thank you all for listening and hope you all pay attention, subscribe, give us a 5-star review, and we'll talk to you again next week. Hello and welcome to the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Re-Watch-Along Project. This is podcasting the way it used to be and the way you like it. The show is a production of the Something Else Podcasting Network, and today we are talking about episode number 007 of Smoky Mountain Wrestling for March 14th, 1992, taped February 1st, 1992, at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum Ballroom in Knoxville, Tennessee. My name is Arya, and welcome to the show. Thank you again for listening. And for those of you who are tuning in for the first time, what we do here on the Smoky Mountain Re-Watch-Along Project is we watch Smoky Mountain Wrestling, beginning with episode number 1 in February of 1992, all the way on to episode number 200 in November of 1995. So we obviously have a long way to go. Just as a reminder, if you do subscribe to us, and please subscribe, give us a 5-star review, all that fun, happy stuff, you not only get this show, the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Re-Watch-Along Project, absolutely for free, but you also get our standard, regular Something Else podcast that comes out on Mondays or Tuesdays, where we talk about Mid-South Wrestling from 1982. So, for those of you listening for the first time, if you want to watch along, as we go through this, you can pull the show up. It's episode number 7, March 14th, 1992. It's available on YouTube, or if you have it through other means, feel free to pull it up and get ready to press play. And we're going to start by pressing play at the 30-second mark. Now what's going to happen, I'm going to count down from 5 to 1. I'm going to say press play now, and that's when we press play. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and now.
From Knoxville, Tennessee, welcome to another action-packed hour, Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Wrestling the way it used to be and the way you like it. Hi, fans. I'm Bob Caudle, and here with me, Dirty Dutch Mantell, who will be helping me throughout this hour. Dutch, as we say, we got a great program. Hector Guerrero's going to be here. The Koloffs and Jimmy Golden. That's going to be 6-man tag team action. Also, we're going to hear from Terry Bam Bam Gordy. And by the way, Mr. Ron Wright says that he has a surprise for us during this hour. And what about the big main event?
Well, the big main event, see, I got Carl Styles here with me. He's always with me to keep that psychopath Brian Lee from jumping on me. But today we're going to see Hustler Rip Rogers take $500 out of Tim Horner's hide for the way he tried to embarrass him last week on television.
That is a result of what happened right here last week. All right, fans, as we say, it's an action-packed hour. We're about ready to go. Let's go to the ring.
All righty, so Bob Caudle and Dutch Mantell welcome us to the show. Dutch, of course, has his bodyguard, Carl Styles, in his corner. And he's basically there to protect Dutch from, primetime Brian Lee, as Brian Lee vows revenge against Dutch Mantell, and he plans on taking, Dutch out, I guess. Also this week, we have a big main event with Tim Horner versus Rip Rogers. If you didn't watch along last week with us, what happened was that Rip Rogers did free squats for an entire hour, and Tim Horner said that if he were to do it, he would give Rip Rogers $500. Now, Rip Rogers, the heel, was blasting not only the good fans here in Knoxville, Tennessee, he was blasting Horner, talking mad crap about him. So at the end of the show, when it was almost time to pay up, Horner had Bob Caudle turn his back to him and caused Rip Rogers to fall down and not complete his squats for an entire hour. And that's what happened here. So we move to our first match. We go to the ring here. Those watching along have already started watching it a bit here. It is Hector Guerrero one-on-one with TJ Travis. Hector rolls around the ring to start the match, which makes Caudle pop because, sometimes the simplest things will make the poor guy happy. And hey, Hector takes the slowest bump in the history of the world after a shoulder block. As someone who once took an incredibly slow bump, I can attest that you can go slower, Travis sends Hector over the top rope, but Hector skins the cat, comes back in, and sends TJ over with a head scissors takeover. And Hector later on uses a rolling head scissors into the ropes. So if you recall last week, Bob Armstrong banned Ron Wright from the ringside area if he's not managing somebody. Dutch and Bob have something to say about that.
A minute, I got something else to say, too.
All right, what?
I just been sitting here thinking about it. That Commissioner Bob Armstrong is sure trying to take things in his own hands. I think just a little bit too much. Last week here, he physically assaulted Mr. Wright. He physically assaulted him and escorted him out the door.
He didn't physically assault him,
Does he know he has a bad hip, a bad knee, and when you jerk somebody around in a wheelchair,
he just
you may
rolled him out very gently. He gently rolled him out.
He rolled him out very gently. He rolled him out very roughly.
That's nonsense. I tell you what, we'll see a tape of that later on. And by the way, don't forget, Mr. Ron Wright said, look at that move by Guerrero. Mr. Ron Wright says that he's got a special surprise for us during this hour. Hey, I'm anxious to find out what that is.
I believe that if Mr. Wright, he's a man of his word, he's a Christian man, and I believe if he says he's going to have a surprise, I believe he'll have not only a surprise, but a good one. A good surprise.
It's going to be a surprise. I don't know how good it's going to be, Guerrero.
Ron Wright, a good Christian man, a good Christian athlete. He has a big surprise today, and we're gonna see what that is. Maybe he's found, his own wrestler here to, take to the top here in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And during that audio clip, Hector used a surfboard, and that's a surfboard there. Hector put on a body scissors with the legs and kept rolling back and forth and making Travis land on his ass just repeatedly over and over and over and over and over again. Travis takes over here and gets a little bit of heat. Not sure how old TJ Travis is, but I mean, he looks like he's up there in age. Honestly, he looks, around as old as Danny Davis, which admittedly Danny Davis wasn't that old at the time, but the guy's not exactly a spring chicken, and it's not like Hector Guerrero. I'm talking about, TJ Travis. It's not like Hector Guerrero was super young either. So Hector's making his comeback here, hits a series of diving headbutts to Travis, hits the big body slam, and he's going to the top rope here. He does what could generously be described as a flying crossbody off the top rope. Honestly, it was not incredibly impressive. And then Hector's put him in his finisher, which is the standing abdominal stretch that He rolls Travis to the ground and then rolls him around the ring and finishes up in a pinfall maneuver. And that does it. That gets the pin for Hector Guerrero. And Hector, I believe he's still undefeated here in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, picking up the big win here to kick off the show. By the way, the third of 3 shows taped. So next week is going to be a brand new set of tapings. And right now they're showing the replay. And we're going to go to a promo with Nitro, Danny Davis. And what's he got to say about whatever here today? We'll find out in just a second or 3.
You know, most of you wrestling fans know me already. But for those of you who don't, you're going to get to know me very well very soon. You know, I'm not as big as most of the wrestlers you're used to seeing, but just like a bottle of nitroglycerin, you get too close to me, you shake me real good, and nitro will explode all over you. And that's just what Nitro Danny Davis is all about. I like to be exciting, and when things happen, it goes my way, that's good. Just like I've always said, when I step in the ring with my opponents, it's always been good for me and bad for you.
Not the greatest promo of all time, but still better than, you know, most of the direct you're going to hear from our good friend Tim Horner. Let's jump right back in for another promo here. The Fantastics are back from Japan, and they're ready for their 6-man tag next week.
Well, fans, the Fantastics are back from Japan, and they're ready for their 6-man tag team bout with the Koloffs and Jimmy Golden right here next week. Earlier today, they had these comments about that match. Let's hear them.
Well, the contract has finally been signed. We're going to get a second chance at Ivan Koloff, Vladimir Koloff, and Jimmy Golden, and we're going to make sure we make that chance count. Well, let me tell you something, Jackie. Things are laying just right in line like we said. Let me tell you something, Ivan and Vladimir and Jimmy Golden. This particular 6-man partner we got, you know him well. And let me tell you something, he's going to scare the living daylights out of you. Who is it? Well, we're not going to tell you at this point. You're going to have to step in the ring next week right here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling to find out who he is.
I'll be honest, because I've already watched the next week's episode. I was not expecting the partner that they had. You know, I don't know who I was expecting, but, you know, if you recall the angle a few weeks ago, they had a big 6-man brawl to end the show. Tim Horner had run out to make the save for them, which kind of makes it funny now that, you know, when it comes time for the 6-man tag, you know, Horner is the last person on their mind to be their third partner for the match. It's possible that, you know, he was going to ask Horner, but then Horner wouldn't shut up backstage. And since listening to him talk is perhaps the worst torture we can put people through on these shows, and we do it every week, or pretty close to every week, you know, it's probably for the best to not do that. So up next, we got a 6-man tag. It was Ivan Koloff, Vladimir Koloff, and Jimmy Golden versus the team of Reno Riggins, Rocky Patterson, and Ben Jordan. And I mean, this is a good little match here and puts over the heel strong. Rocky Patterson actually got the best of Vladimir early on, including slamming him. He takes him over with an arm drag. And, you know, the guy, he's nicely built. You know, he's got good size. Obviously a bit green, but, you know, not, you know, he's not the worst wrestler we've seen so far on the show. Reno Riggins tags in, and he's continuing it here, but Vladimir is starting to overpower him, whips him into the corner, and knocks his head off with a clothesline. And so Jimmy Golden's tagging in. So they're doing a lot of great teaming here, back and forth. And, you know, always getting the fresh guy in, working over Reno Riggins there. By the way, and if this is the first time you listen, what we also like to do is we go back in time and talk about what's going on in the wrestling world this week. And we've got, it's a pretty famous week when it comes to wrestling news. And we'll get to all that here, you know, throughout the show. And, but for now, we're going to skip over here to Dutch and Bob with Dutch that's just something to say about Bob's commentary.
But I'm going to say one thing about the team of Jordan, Riggins, and Patterson.
They're quick.
Is everybody quick to you, Bob?
Yes, sir.
Is everybody quick?
They're quick. Well, when you move around the ring like that, you are, guy.
You said Hector Guerrero was quick. Nitro Danny Davis is quick. Barry Hall is quick. These guys are, yes, they are. But, you know, let me say, they are doing the right thing.
Bob Cottle's just calling everybody quick. Basically, it's his go-to adjective for baby faces in this territory is to call them quick. And Dutch calls him out on it. And, you know, Bob just awkwardly laughs it off during it. Because, I mean, what else is he going to do? What else is he going to say? Because it is exactly what he's doing. And they bring it up here again in the future, too. But the heels took over on Jordan. Because, by the way, Ivan Koloff tagged in. And honestly, they were getting the better of Ivan until Ivan tagged out. And the heels took over here on Ben Jordan. Nearly had him beat. They hit a nice double clothesline here. Golden and Vladimir did. But Jordan kicked out of it. And, you know, they would have 15 matches if they all went 30 seconds. The fans are starting to get behind Ben Jordan as he's making a little bit of a comeback here. But big Russian Vladimir just beating him down and beating him down. He had actually a really nice side backbreaker, you know, and he's not the most polished performer, Vladimir Koloff, but, you know, the stuff he does good, he does pretty good. And hits a side backbreaker for a 2 count. Jimmy Golden is in and hits a high drop kick. Ivan tags in and he hits the big Russian sickle for the 1, the 2, and 3. And our heel Russians and Jimmy Golden pick up the big win here before the 6-man tag right here next week on Smoky Mountain Wrestling. After a quick replay here, we're going to get a promo with our dastardly heels. Actually dastardly, not, you know, Tim Horner levels of dastardly where he costs people money. They're showing the replay now, and you know, it was nice. Each of them got in a big move at the finish that all looked good. You know, Vladimir hit his backbreaker, and Golden hit his drop kick, and Ivan hit the clothesline, and here's that interview.
All right, fans, you just saw these 3 in action in the ring. Next week, it's going to be fantastic. And their surprise partner right here,
Let me tell you something about them Fantastics. They ain't never beat nobody. Have you ever in all your born days seen such a trio right here, brother? There's not 3 men alive on this earth today that can beat us, especially you Fantastics. I don't care if you got yourself a mystery partner. You shut your mouth over and listen a minute. You get them Fantastics in the ring with the Koloffs and the Golden, brother, and it's going to be a bad day for you Fantastics. You're going to be mud, boys. You come on down. We're waiting on you.
Fans, that'll be right here next week. And we'll be back right after this.
You know, I don't think they've let Vladimir talk at all. You know, and considering some of the people they've let talk, that's probably for the best to not let Vladimir talk if he's that bad. So Jimmy Golden cuts the whole promo, and you know, he's a good wrestler, he's a pretty decent talker, you know, and he ends up in WCW in about a year, which, hey, at least we get a year of Jimmy Golden before then, you know, and he more than holds his own in the ring, we'll just say that. So right now, if you're watching along, they're showing the commercials that we talked about a few weeks ago for the first run of house shows and live events, including at Loudon High School and another TV taping in Knoxville. And here's where it gets funny, because this show aired on March 14th. And while, yes, they are plugging the house show in Loudon on that night on March 14th, they're also plugging shows for March 12th and March 13th. And while I'm sure the people in the South, you know, in their own ways, they are, you know, advanced in certain ways, even if they aren't in others, I don't think they invented time travel and weren't able to go back in time a day or two to go attend the wrestling matches Friday night, March 13th in Newport, or Thursday, March 12th in Knoxville. In addition, because we can never go, you know, too long without this, they also show our fundraiser commercial where the civic groups in your area can book Smoky Mountain Wrestling for a night of action and get a portion of the receipts. All you have to do is call or write a letter to Sandy Scott, and they can make it happen. Smoky Mountain Wrestling and your civic organization are a great tag team. And after all that is all said and done, they bring us back, and Bob and Dutch, they recap everything that went on with Mr. Ron Wright and Bullet Bob Armstrong last week, if you recall, because Ron Wright has been interfering in all these babyface has been interfering in all these matches, each of the first 5 weeks, helping the heels pick up wins. Bullet Bob Armstrong, our commissioner, he announces that he has a manager's license, but until he has a wrestler contracted to him, he is banned from ringside. And Mr. Ron Wright comes out, and he's angry that Bullet Bob would treat a kind, old, gentlemanly Christian athlete like Mr. Ron Wright. He would disparage him, and he would ban him from the ringside of the wrestling matches. And Bullet Bob is like, dude, I know you. You can't pull one over on me. I've known you for 20 years. You've left me bloodied. You've given me bruises and bumps and scars. You're not going to pull this crap with me, Mr. Ron Wright. And, Ron was continuing to give Bullet Bob crap. So Bullet Bob did the greatest thing ever, as he just got behind Ron Wright in his wheelchair and pushed him away. And it's hilarious watching Ron Wright continue to rant and rave while Bob is just rolling him to the back. And if you're watching the show along, you're watching a recap of that right now, where Bullet Bob is not putting up with Ron Wright's garbage. And then as soon as they finish up here, they're going to come back for a live promo with Mr. Ron Wright and his big surprise. What could it be? What could Ron Wright's surprise be here on episode 7 of Smoky Mountain Wrestling? Well, we're going to find out right now.
Here is Mr. Ron Wright, and last week you had a confrontation with Commissioner Bob Armstrong.
Let me tell you something. It was a disgrace, the worst disgrace I've ever seen in my life. Bob Armstrong coming out here and trying to assault a crippled man like I am sitting here in a wheelchair. I thought he was a better man than that. But let me tell you something, Mr. Caudle. It'll take a smarter man than Bob Armstrong to outsmart the smartest man in the wrestling business. I've got a man that's coming out here to wrestle that I've got under contract. I'm going to take him down there at the ring and show these people what wrestling and managing is all about. Now, you just keep your eyes on it, brother.
All righty, fans, we'll find out who that is a little later. Right now, let's take this time out.
So we got the big news here. Ron Wright has been able to sign a wrestler to a contract, somebody that's going to help him, pay for his knee and hip operations. And we go to commercial. We come back and go right to the ring, where Ricky Nelson, complete with satin jacket, is here and ready for his match. Ron Wright rolls up to the ring announcer and hands him a piece of paper to introduce his man. And I would play that, except, they use real music. So if I do actually post these reviews on YouTube, it'll end up getting yanked for a copyright infringement or a copyright strike. And we don't need that. So you just have to take my word for it here. And we introduce Ron Wright's new wrestler, the Dirty White Boy, Tony Anthony. For those of you who remember bad mid-1990s WWF gimmicks, he would go on to become T.L. Hopper, the wrestling plumber, in like 1996. Around the same time, they had Tracy Smothers as Freddie Joe Floyd, and they had the Goon, Bill Irwin, and Salvatore Sincere. And it's like, if that's all you've ever seen with Dirty White Boy, you owe it to yourself to watch these old Smoky Mountain shows, because Dirty White Boy is a big part of the promotion for pretty much the entire run, and he's good. He's good in the ring. He's good on the mic. The fans, they take to him as a star, and he's been in the area for quite a while. So it's not like, we're just pulling this new guy out of thin air and trying to shove him down your throat. Like, no, he's a local star. He's a local wrestler that the people did know. And Ron Wright has now signed him. Cottle is shocked that Ron would be able to sign Dirty White Boy to a contract. And Cottle specifically is putting DWB over huge, stating that he has the best right cross since Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson at this time was in jail, by the way. And DWB works the headbutt, and he used the headbutt a lot. If you just saw it, and Ricky Nelson flew on a headbutt, which, hey, that's what a good jobber does here. They sell, and sometimes they need to oversell and to make the guy look good. By the way, while we have a few minutes here, this match still has about another 2 minutes left. Well, let's talk about some big news, and it's kind of a famous moment of manipulation. So if you recall, the WWF was accused of Pat Patterson, Mel Phillips, and Terry Garvin were all accused of inappropriate behavior with underage ring boys. But a man by the name of Tom Cole came out and made these allegations. And he was going to file a lawsuit against the WWF and had actually taken depositions from Barry Orton, Billy Graham, and Bruno Sammartino in preparation for the lawsuit. And a couple days beforehand, the WWF basically pre-settled with him, allegedly for $70,000 in back pay, a contract to return to his prior job as ring boy. And this was when they were doing the Phil Donahue show. And the WWF tried to manipulate it to having Tom Cole sit next to Linda McMahon. So when they started talking crap about him, they would shoot Tom Cole sitting next to Linda, showing that, he has forgiven the WWF. He is water under the bridge, all that, ultimately, Vince had, I'm just going to say this, and I know it sounds awful, especially in 2023, after everything else that's happened. But it's like, in many ways, Vince did what he had to do. He bought the kid off, which just is a really shitty thing to do. But, yeah. I mean, at the same time, he's 20 years old. And can you imagine that even though this is all legitimate, well, allegedly it's all legitimate, imagine you're sitting here at 20 years old, and you're going to file a lawsuit against the biggest wrestling company in, if not the world, at least North America at this point. And, it can be harrowing. So if somebody came up to you and offered you, a good chunk of change to settle and get your job back, it's worth, considering. By the way, Nelson got enough offense to make things interesting. DWB hit a sidewalk slam that he yelled was for Mr. Wright, and one with a clothesline to the back of the head. And now let's hear from Ron Wright and Dirty White Boy.
Dirty White Boy, Mr. Ron Wright, I got to say, that's a real coup. What a surprise you pulled on everybody.
Let me tell you something. This man right here is signed on the dotted line. He's made my trip going to the hospital for this hip plant in surgery a success. I may even have to have open heart surgery, but this man right here is making it possible. Thank you, mister. He's got a few words he needs to say.
All right. You know the thing about it, if Mr. Ron Wright's happy, the White Boy's happy. Now, a lot of people may not know who I may be, but you're looking at the original Dirty White Boy. As a lot of people says, they're the Dirty White Boy, but believe you me, there's only one. And another thing, Mr. Wright, I can't believe that of all these wrestlers, not one man would step up to help such a great legend such as yourself. I've watched this man for many, many years. Keep it down. I've watched this man for many, many years, and I'll tell you one thing. With my ability and this man's knowledge right here, I can't be beat. There's no way on the face of God's green earth one man can beat me.
Are you ready to go, Mr. Wright?
We're ready to go, and I'll be out of this wheelchair in no time after this surgery, and the wrestling world will be turned upside down.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's trouble for a lot of wrestling fans. We'll be back right after we take this time out.
So Dirty White Boy is going to make so much money for Ron Wright that he's not just going to have his hip and his knee implant, he's also going to have open heart surgery. Why is he having open heart surgery? I don't know, but let's just add it. Like, hey, while he's under the gas, let's just add on a few, a few extra surgeries, whether or not he actually needs them or not. And it's important to note, and this, is going to come back, a while from now, but Dirty White Boy, like, he legitimately was a huge Ron Wright fan, and he did to some degree idolize the man. And so in many ways, this was a really good pairing for more than one reason. And they're here to basically take over Smoky Mountain Wrestling here. And Dirty White Boy's here to help him out. He said he's the original Dirty White Boy, and he cannot believe that no other wrestler would step up to help out Mr. Wright with all the money that he needs for surgery. Let's go to an interview here with Hollywood Bob Holly, and talking about a bit of gossip that I tried to track down.
Fans, before we get back to the action, Hollywood Bob Holly, he wanted to make a statement to clear up some rumors. So right now, let's find out what he had to say about it.
I was just reading in this week's National Enquirer magazine about Julia Roberts and myself. There's a few things I'd like to clear up about this. No, I did not break up Julia Roberts' wedding plans. And no, I am not flying to Hawaii to marry Julia Roberts. The bottom line is, Julia Roberts and myself are just good friends. And you cannot believe everything that you read.
Now, I could not find, any sort of, story or bit of news from, early 1992 where anybody's reporting that Julia Roberts was hooking up with Bob Holly, which, hey, if that actually was what happened, that's just tremendous. Like, not saying that, they hooked up, but I mean, like, if that was the story, because, Bob Holly, by and large, especially at this point, is an unknown, southeastern Tennessee, Alabama wrestler. And so even just as, a made-up piece of gossip about him and Julia Roberts, hey, it would have gotten his name out there, which, hey, good for him, I guess. However, like you said, you can't always believe what you read. So up next, we have an interesting match here. It is Killer Kyle versus Jerry Lynn. Yes, that Jerry Lynn. And Lynn was wrestling for Global at this point, which was based, almost entirely out of Dallas. So it wasn't as big as like if he was living in Minnesota and flying to Tennessee, just to do a job on Smoky Mountain TV. I wanted to note, and actually, let me play a little bit of audio. If you remember earlier when Dutch gave Cottle grief about Cottle calling people quick.
Man,
and before this match gets started, I don't want to hear you say one thing about Jerry Lynn being quick.
All right, he's not going to be. If he takes many blows like that, Dutch, the guy's going to be lucky if he can get around the ring at all. But it's a real David and Goliath situation.
So we have Killer Kyle, who, by the way, and he may have done this prior, and I just didn't notice it till this week. He comes to the ring with his violin case actually handcuffed to him. And he undoes the handcuff and handcuffs it to the turnbuckle. And so they go out and have their match. And Killer Kyle is the latest wrestler to say that he can't be beat. And Dutch points out all the wrestlers that so far in 7 weeks have said they can't be beat. That includes Killer Kyle, Paul Orndorff, the Russians, and Jimmy Golden, Dutch Mantel himself. And yeah, I did want to mention now, if anybody's ever watched Mid-South Wrestling, they would always make sure to put in quotations your nickname or something that wouldn't be part of your legitimate legal name, like Andre, quote unquote, the Giant. That was always my favorite one. But this one, Killer, was in quotations, meaning that this wrestler's name was just Kyle and his nickname was Killer. Either way, Killer Kyle misses a corner splash. Lynn gets a brief comeback before Kyle catches him and drops him with a boss man slam, and he picks up the win. From here, we get a recap of Terry Gordy's match last week, where he was wrestling Tommy Angel, and he dropped Tommy Angel with a nasty-looking powerbomb. And also, as I mentioned last week, by the time this match is aired, Terry Gordy has already debuted in WCW. So even though we still have a few more weeks with him, he's pretty much done for. But for now, let's go to a promo here with Terry Gordy and Bob Caudle.
Devastation, this man can rig on an opponent right here. Terry Bam Bam Gordy. Terry, that heavyweight championship tournament coming up very soon. But a lot of guys are around now saying they can't be beat.
Hey, let me ask you this. You're a man that's been around a long time and you know this business inside and out. Who do you have your money on?
I wouldn't bet against you. Let me put it that way, Terry.
Well, you'd be a fool, too. Let me tell you that right now because, like I always said, united we stand and divided we fall. And when I get in the ring, we're going to see who's going to stand. And there's going to be a lot of people that's going to fall. Like I said before, I don't think there's a man that can beat me, and I can't be beat. And that's right. I said it. And I'll back it up. I'm the man that can back it up. Like I said, there's going to be bombs dropping everywhere because I am the big bomber of them all.
All right, Terry Bam Bam Gordy fans, we'll be back. We'll have more action right after this.
So Gordy is the latest person that can't be beat, as we've actually already mentioned that. But he says that not only can nobody beat him, but you'd be a fool, an absolute fool, to bet against him in the upcoming Smoky Mountain tournament. And honestly, he's somebody that I would typically I'd put my money on here. But as I said, he's not going to be much for here for Smoky Mountain Wrestling. He's already gone, honestly, sadly. So we get a recap of last week with Tim Horner and Rip Rogers, as I mentioned earlier. Horner stopped Rogers from doing his free squats for an hour. And Horner, who, by the way, this wasn't even a bet. It wasn't like, I'll bet you $500 you can't do free squats for an hour. Horner just was willing to give him $500 if he did that. And Horner, being the horrible cheater that he is, kicked Rip Rogers behind Bob Caudle's back, or kicked out the chair that he was using to do squats against. And this caused Rip Rogers to collapse, and thus he didn't win his $500. So that leads us to our match this week. But first, Rip Rogers is going to get a big promo here about this match here. I'm going to see here in about 12 to 13 seconds exactly what Rip Rogers has to say. And again, Rip Rogers is one of those people that most people only know as an enhancement talent, so you may only be watching him getting a push for the first time ever here.
Back at you and Hillbilly, you owe me $500. You owe me 1,000 rolls of 50-cent pennies because I did what I said I was going to do. I performed free squats, the marathon me, Hustler Rip Rogers, one complete hour on television and everybody saw it. But to make up for it on today's main event, I'm going to take $5,000 out of your dirty, tobacco, redneck, hillbilly smoking hide.
Redneck, hillbilly, smoking hide. Oh, well, I honestly, it's one thing to just, give the guy $500. I would have marked out for Tim Horner showing up with, 1,000 rolls of pennies. It's can you imagine him going to the First National Bank there in Morristown, Tennessee, going up to the lady, hopefully not the one that he allegedly got hired on the payroll and then slept with in an office, but actually, one of the people who worked there and say, "Hey, man, I'd like 1,000, you know, I'd like 1,000 rolls of pennies. This $500." I would like to imagine that, they would have thrown that mother bleeper out of the bank if he would have done that. And so, sure enough, thunder roll and the lightning strike. Yeah, that's about all I'm going to get out of this one. Tim Horner is out next with his Garth Brooks song and going one-on-one here with, as I said, hustler Rip Rogers. And Rip, if I recall correctly, Rip actually picked up a win here on television a few weeks ago. I think it was against Reno Riggins, of all people. And so Rip is not quite the, for the lifetime wrestler that most people know of him as. And Horner comes to the ring and he hugs an old lady on the way out. And the funny part here is, and I don't have the audio, but Dutch says that if this match goes 20 to 25 minutes, that Rip Rogers would have the advantage because he is in excellent physical condition and he's got better cardio than Horner. But Kyle pointed out that it's almost the end of the show and they don't even have 20 to 25 minutes left to do here. And so Dutch then said that this is proof that Commissioner Bob Armstrong was biased since he put it at the end of the show instead of at the beginning, where Rip Rogers could use, his conditioning here. So we talked earlier about, what's going on in the WWF and how they allegedly paid Tom Cole to drop the potential lawsuit against them. They gave him his job back. Gillette, by the way, and just, all these stories coming out about the drug abuse, the steroid abuse of Hulk Hogan specifically. Gillette and Solaris Marketing, who does the Hulk Hogan vitamins, said at this point that they would not stop using Hogan as their spokesperson, which at this moment, that's a pretty big deal that this celebrity who's getting a lot of negative feedback is getting a positive endorsement by an advertising company.
I've been looking at, wait a minute, I got a very important comment to make. I've been looking around this building. There's some ugly women in this town.
Dutch, come on.
They are. Some of these women, look at her. Some of these women are so ugly, they couldn't even make the backer magazines. That's how ugly they are.
Oh, no, that's a very distinguished looking elderly lady right there, and she's enjoying every bit of it.
So yeah, Dutch is just stripping on the fans. Talking about how, the female fans are ugly. And they show an older lady sitting in the crowd. And Carl's like, "Oh, Dutch, how could you say that? She's a distinguished looking older lady." Pardon me there. And so the match continues here. Dutch and Cottle, by the way, talk about next week's six-man tag. And Dutch says that he hopes the Fantastics did not bring back an Oriental disease with him when they came back from, from Japan. And I gotta say again, a list of those things that you wouldn't be able to get away with in 2023. That's pretty much it. You can't just announce, Oriental disease. But yeah. So Horner and Rip Rogers, because like we said, Tim Horner is a very good professional wrestler. He can't talk to save his life. Unfortunately, we're in a Southern territory and he's a, top babyface at this point. So, you kind of have to give him some promo time, no matter how little you actually want to hear from this guy. Rip Rogers, by the way, used a double sledge from the top rope to the floor on Horner here. Moving back to everything going on here. So Phil Mushnick, yes, that Phil Mushnick, in the New York, I think it was New York Post, he wrote a story called Sex Lies in the WWF, basically going over everything going on. And it includes this paragraph. Never will you encounter a human being more cold-blooded, more devoid of humor and propriety than Vince McMahon, America's foremost TV babysitter. In your wildest, most twisted dreams, you won't meet up with the likes of McMahon, a miscreant so practiced in the art of deception, the half-truth and the bald-faced lie as to make the artful dodger appear clumsy, a George Steinbrenner or a Don King pale by comparison. So help us. Indeed, Hannibal Lecter is the only fictional character that comes close. And I gotta say, obviously Mushnick and the WWF had their issues throughout the 90s, but it's like that is a pretty hard thing to say about one person here, and I'm not saying, Vince doesn't deserve it or what have you, but it's like, think about like how many levels that had to go through to get approved to be put in a newspaper, because they could easily be sued for slander for printing this. And so that before that article got posted, it went through the legal system to get approved. By the way, Rip Rogers tried to do a pile driver on the floor, which would have disqualified him and probably crippled poor Tim Horner. They did tease a suplex over the top rope into the floor. And to this day, I believe Rob Van Dam and Bob Holly are the only two idiots to do that one. And we saw, if you remember, the video of Bob Holly's back all gashed up and bleeding from that suplex to the floor. And the hilarious thing was, they gave Holly like a week or two off. They were going to bring him back as a baby face, and the fans were into him. And then we can't have people liking people in WWE, so they had to immediately turn Holly back heel. And not that was the main problem that happened with that run of ECW, but that certainly did not help. Horner with a sunset flip and picks up the win. By the way, Horner used a suicide dive at one point, of all things, before the pile driver on the floor. And so, yep, all these flippy doos, whatnot, happening here in 1992. But Tim Horner, I think, is still undefeated here in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Picks with a big win. And actually, we get the big news here. And this is like amazing, wonderful, over-the-top good news. Tim Horner's walking to the back, which means he's not cutting a promo. So, hooray! And they're showing a replay here, and we're going to go to a commercial where they're going to air, the local house show commercials and the, JV Civic Group fundraising commercial again. Because like I said, we can't see that commercial enough in, 1 hour. By the way, while those are going to be playing, let's go over a couple other things. Jim Crockett was fired from his consulting job with WCW due to having, quote-unquote, philosophical issues with Dusty Rhodes, the booker. It came out later. It wasn't so much he was fired, but sent home to just collect a paycheck because he was having pissing matches with Dusty at the office. And it's kind of ironic because, some people would say that part of the reason why, Jim Crockett Promotions went downhill was because, Crockett didn't stand up to Dusty at some point and curb a lot of the major spending that went on. And I mean, to be honest, like, it's Jim Crockett's fault as much as anything else when you look at spending getting out of control, especially when he would know that there wasn't all this income coming in, but he let it go, and eventually it lost his company because he couldn't stifle it. Jake the Snake Roberts, who at this time is still in the WWF, not for a whole lot longer, but he's still in the WWF. He was backstage at the WCW TV tapings. So, interesting. Wonder what's going to happen there. And as these commercials finally finish up, we're going to get an appearance by Bullet Bob Armstrong to finish up the show. They got one more commercial playing here. But I always love the, a family-friendly wrestling event. And here's videos of, the Fantastics being hung with a chain over the top rope, and Dutch Mantel whipping wrestlers with his bull whip. Family-friendly entertainment coming to your junior high school or wherever in your local hometown.
You know, Bob Armstrong, there's one thing I want to get straight. Who does Jimmy Cornette think he is to bring in a team and not tell anybody their names? As far as I'm concerned, before he enters a team in this, starting next week on this TV, before he enters a team in this tournament, I'm going to know who they are.
All right, and here is Jim Cornette.
Mr. Stick Your Nose in Somebody Else's Business, Armstrong. I told you I'm trying to save your tournament. I don't want anybody to know who my team is because they'll all be scared. They'll run away just like these redneck hillbillies. But I tell you what, I'm a charitable kind of guy. Next week, right here on television, I will have a video of my brand new tag team, the team that's going to be the champions. Right here next week on TV, I'll have a video just so you see that you should have left well enough alone and not meddled in somebody else's business.
I'll believe it when I see it.
All right, fans, we'll look forward to that next week. And also next week, don't forget our big main event, the Koloffs and Jimmy Golden against the Fantastics and their mystery partner. We'll see you then next week, fans.
Spoiler alert, that match doesn't really happen. It doesn't quite happen as, advertised. So as you heard, Bullet Bob cuts his promo. And he's the commissioner. He's not just going to allow Jim Cornette to enter a mystery tag team into the tournament. And before the tournament happens, he wants to know the person who's going to be in this tournament, or the team that's going to be in this tournament. And Jim Cornette says that, he's going to show a video of the team next week as a kind, magnanimous person that he is. Corny threatens silently to slap Bullet Bob. Bullet Bob silently, gives him the stare. And it's actually long-term storytelling set up for what we're going to see. So that's going to do it for episode number 7. I want to thank everyone for listening. I hope you enjoyed. Please don't forget to subscribe. Leave us a 5-star review. Tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell everybody about us. And, thank you again, and we'll talk to you again next week. Hello and welcome to the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Re-Watch-Along Project. This is podcasting the way it used to be and the way you like it. This show is a production of the Something Else Podcasting Network, and today we are looking at episode number 008 of Smoky Mountain Wrestling from March 21st, 1992, tape March 12th, 1992, at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum Ballroom in Knoxville, Tennessee. My name is Aria, and welcome to the show. In case this is the first time you are checking out the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Re-Watch-Along Project, what we do, it's really quite simple, and we don't need 3 pages of graphics of rules to tell you about it. Basically, we're watching Smoky Mountain Wrestling from the beginning in February of 1992, going all the way to episode number 200 in November of 1995. Obviously, we are a ways away, but hey, we can't get to episode 200 without getting done episode number 8. And so what you can do if you want to watch along is pull this episode up. I believe it's on YouTube. If not, you should be able to find it somewhere online if you really choose to. Otherwise, you can just listen to the dulcet tones of my voice. And we're going to go through everything. I'll play some audio clips of interviews and of fun, interesting things that happen along the way. We'll also talk about what else is happening in wrestling on this day in history. So taking you back, to what else is going on here in March of 1992. And of course, there's always big news going on at the time. And so what we're going to do here, we're going to count down from 5 to 1 and then say press play now. And we're going to start at 29 seconds into the show. We're going to start with Bob Caudle and Dutch Mantell introducing the show. So that's in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and start the show.
From Knoxville, Tennessee, welcome to another exciting hour of Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Wrestling the way it used to be and the way you like it. Hi, wrestling fans. I'm Bob Caudle, along with my tag partner, Dirty Dutch Mantell. We've got a great hour in store for all of you fans this week. You're going to see rock and roll Robert Gibson in action. Hollywood Bob Holly is going to be here. Dutch, we're going to get a look at Jim Cornette's tag team during this hour, and also our tag team tournament gets underway as the Riches, you know, they're going to be in action and they're going to be taking on the Maulers. And also, what about this six-man?
Okay, we got a big six-man today, people. Jimmy Golden and the Koloffs are going to be taking on the Fantastics, and we're all waiting. Like they said, they have a mystery partner. We're going to see who the Fantastic chose right here today on television. But my personal opinion, I don't even think the Fantastic will even show up today.
Fans, they're going to be here, and they'll have a partner with them. And we're about ready to go with the action, so let's go to the ring.
Alrighty, so a lot of information there. We got our main event six-man tag. Ivan Koloff, Vladimir Koloff, and Jimmy Golden versus the Fantastics and a mystery partner. We're going to have Robert Gibson in action, plus the first match in our tag team title tournament. It is the Riches versus the Maulers. And in case you have no idea who either of those two teams are, don't worry, we're going to get into that here as the show gets going. I do want to point out, you know, they're in the same location they've been the last 3 weeks, the Knoxville Civic Coliseum Ballroom. But they put in some more lighting. They've dimmed the lights on the back of the crowd, so it no longer looks kind of rinky-dink and where you're just, you know, staring right at the back of the room. And anyways, it makes it look a little bit bigger, you know, that you're not just immediately staring, you know, off at the end. You know, while you can still kind of see the back of the room, it's not quite as annoyingly obvious as it was before. And we're go right into the action here as rock and roll Robert Gibson takes on Joe Kazana. It feels like Robert Gibson kicks off every taping with the first match, and I did look back, and that's not the truth. But, you know, he has been on the first show of every taping. And he was, of course, he was actually in the first match in Smoky Mountain Wrestling history against quote-unquote killer Kyle. And, yeah. So let's go to our first audio clip, or our second audio clip, I guess. It's Dutch saying, what do you do if you're wrestling Robert Gibson?
And Joe Kazanis, his opponent in the ring today, is a real good wrestler, but I think today he may be just a little outmatched, a little outclassed. Now, it wouldn't be the same if I was in there. It'd be a whole different story because I would, first thing I'd do, I'd get Robert Gibson's attention. I'd walk right up and slap him right across the chops one time, and I'd teach him. It's like the first hit in football. Once you do that, then you got mind control over your opponent.
I heard that was like the mule, when you take that 2-before to get that mule's attention. Is that what you're talking about, Dutch?
I don't know what you're talking about. I never heard of any kind of mule story in my life, Bob Connell.
So Dutch Mantell said that if he was wrestling Robert Gibson, he'd just walk in there right now. He'd walk up to Gibson and just slap him right in the chops. You know, Caudle, of course, doesn't believe him. You know, comparing it to hitting a mule with, you know, a 2x4. And so, yeah. So the match continues. Caudle feels that Jimmy Golden, or at least Robert Gibson, deserves another match with Jimmy Golden because the last time these two wrestled, the Russians got involved and interfered. Dutch thinks that Robert Gibson doesn't really want it. And he also, as we saw in the opener, the intro of the show, he thinks that the Fantastics are going to come up with a reason to not wrestle this week. So, I mean, that's coming up. We'll see what happens. As I teased you last week, the match doesn't really happen. And is it the Fantastics? Is it one of the heels? Is it both Fantastics? Is it 2 heels? Is it all 3 baby faces? Is it all 3 heels? Is it am I in fact just pulling your leg and that doesn't actually happen at all? And we have the actual 6-man tag as advertised. No, that's not what happens. But I got to give you all the options here. And this is one of those matches. Robert Gibson, obviously not the most exciting wrestler in the world, but the fans love him. Good Joe Casana goes for a big backdrop, but Gibson just turned it into a small package for a near fall. Casana drops him with a body slam, and he's headed to the top rope, ladies and gentlemen. He is not a small man to be going to the top rope. But what's he going to do here? A big elbow drop, but Gibson rolls out of the way. Poor Joe Casana, he goes for everything and comes up with nothing. Big back body drop there by Gibson. And looks like he's setting up for his finish. Not quite. Reversal of an Irish whip into the corner, but Casana gets the back elbow. A proper Irish whip now, so Casana's up in the same place he started at before. $1 million knee lift. And now a running bulldog. And that's going to do it here, folks. Robert Gibson has defeated Joe Casana here. 1, 2, and 3. Gibson getting the big win. And we're going to go to commercial. Actually, we're going to get a replay, and then we're going to go to commercial here in a second. Well, that's going on. A couple of things. This is the first of 3 shows taped that day. So we're going to still be here in Knoxville for 2 more weeks. Like I said, the shows are better than they've been. So that's something to look forward to because we're starting to get the titles involved. We're starting to get a whole bunch of more stuff going here. By the way, it's our first commercial for, the whatchamacallit, now I can't think, the fundraising commercial where you, your civic organization, and Smoky Mountain Wrestling are a great tag team. That's wonderful. By the way, last show allegedly did 250 people. I think this one actually did 250. But for now, let's go to Bullet Bob Armstrong to talk about our tag team title tournament.
Fans, this week marks the beginning of our Smoky Mountain Tag Team Tournament, and here to tell us all about that tournament is our Smoky Mountain Commissioner, Bob Armstrong. Bob?
I'm really proud. Thank you very much. I'm really proud today because it is the start of our tournament for the Smoky Mountain Tag Team Championships. And they're going to be held right here on TV, Bob. And we're going to have eliminations each and every week. And the last 2 teams involved in this tournament will meet somewhere in an arena, maybe close to you, somewhere in the Smoky Mountain area. We'll tell you that at a later date. Now, right now, I want to give you the names of the teams that are already entered in this tournament. The first team is Rip Morgan and Jack Victory, the Maulers. Johnny and Davy Rich, the Rich Cousins. The Fantastics. Joel Deaton and Billy Black, the Wild Bunch. Ivan and Vladimir Koloff, the Russian Connection. Nitro, Danny Davis and Jumpin' Joey Maggs. Bart and Brad, the Batten Twins. And Jim Cornette's Surprise Team. Now, that ought to be a heck of a tournament. There you see the first round pairings. And what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is exactly who is Jim Cornette's surprise team. And I mean to find that out, and Bob, there's no time like the present. Thank you very much.
All right, Bob, and thank you. And fans, that's it about our Smoky Mountain Tag Team Tournament. Gets underway a little later during this hour. Right now, let's put the video spotlight on one of the great teams that could be competing in this tag team tournament.
All right, so I'm going to mute that because I don't want to have to get this video get copyright strike because we're going to a video package of the Wild Bunch, and it's set to Born to be Wild. They show a lot of clips from them in All Japan, and specifically them beating up Johnny Ace, which I can't imagine was, done by, sheer surprise or whatever. I imagine there's probably a reason here for that. So to recap the Smoky Mountain tournament that we just heard about from Bob Caudle, Bob Caudle and Bob Armstrong. But Bob Armstrong says that the last 2 teams will meet, quote unquote, somewhere in an arena, hopefully near you, for the Smoky Mountain Tag Team titles. And we had the 8 teams announced. It was the Maulers, who are Jack Victory and Rip Morgan, formerly known as the Royal Family. versus Johnny and Davey Rich, the Rich cousins, who are not related at all to Tommy Rich. The Fantastics we've seen versus the Wild Bunch, Joel Deaton and Billy Black. The Kolofs, Ivan and Vladimir, against Danny Davis and Joey Maggs. And then Brad and Bart Batten, the Batten twins, versus whomever Jim Cornette's surprise team is. And here's where it gets a little surprising because, the past few weeks, Bullet Bob has been adamant that Jim Cornette cannot just have a surprise team in this tournament. He has to let us know who the team is. It's unfair to the other wrestlers, specifically the Batten twins, to not even know who they're going to wrestle here in the first round of the tournament. And Bullet Bob, while he is allowing this to go on, he has decided that he's going to find out right now what's going on, who this tag team is, and yeah, go on here. So after the music video for the Wild Bunch, we get our next match, which is Hector Guerrero one-on-one with Keith Hart. And in case you're somebody who somehow, like myself, knows who all the Hart brothers are, this is not Brett and Owen's brother Keith. This is TBS jobber Keith Hart. Hector actually, he had trouble taking off his accoutrements at the start of the match. He had his giant sombrero, which, obviously didn't have trouble taking that off. But then he had like 2 sleeves of bullets around his shoulders, crossing off in an X almost. And he had trouble getting those off and over his head. But hey, he eventually did, and we get a match here. We kick things off. Both men use a flying head scissors takeover. And then, even though it's 1992 and Ring of Honor doesn't exist for 10 more years, the code of honor was adhered to as Hector and Keith shake hands. Now, in the past few weeks, we've seen Dutch's bodyguard Carl Stiles and Carl getting involved in all of Dutch's stuff with Primetime Brian Lee. But Carl Stiles is nowhere to be seen this week, and Bob Caudle is wondering what on earth happened to big Carl Stiles.
Where's Stiles?
Who?
Stiles.
Carl Stiles?
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it.
Why not, Dutch? Where is he?
I don't want to talk about it. It's a long story.
Dutch, come on. Where's Stiles?
Carl Stiles, where is he? Well, do you understand things? I said I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, let's look at that Hector Guerrero. That guy can put moves on you, moves you've never seen before. When he's not on the road wrestling, come on, Dutch, tell me, where is Stiles? Let me tell you first about Hector. When he's involved with coaching amateur wrestling, physical education, he loves working with kids. He's just an all-around great guy. And I don't put Stiles in that category, but where the heck is he?
Bob Armstrong and the commissioner's office says that he can't come out here anymore. Now, what I'm going to do, I don't know what the reasoning is, I don't know, but I'm trying to get it straightened out, and he'll be back next week.
That was hard.
Now, are you happy now?
I'm happy now. At 195.
Now, I haven't actually watched, as of this taping, I haven't yet watched the next episode, but I do think we've seen the last of Carl Stiles for whatever reason. I know I was listening to a Jim Cornette clip where he was vague in talking about what happened to Carl Stiles. Apparently, the guy's more drama than he's worth. And I do believe we have seen the last of him. And I guess we'll find out next week if he really is gone or, if he's at least back a little bit. But I do believe by looking at Carl Stiles' profile that at the very least we've had his last match in Smoky Mountain. So here we go. Speaking of our match here that we're having, this is actually in some ways a lot closer to a late 90s match than an early 90s match. They do a lot of fast-paced moves. Hector Guerrero at one point uses a slingshot tope over the top rope and out of the ring. In fact, if you're watching along, you're probably about to see that right now. Yes. And, it's nice. You know, I don't know if the fans knew what to do with it, because you know, Southern wrestling tends to be a little on the slower side. Hector goes for a suplex back in the ring, but you know, his opponent, who they followed the code of honor earlier, he grabs the ropes and jumps at him, and he actually just went for a lion salt or an acai moonsault, but Hector got his knees up, and it's like when I first watched the show, I didn't even process that's what he did. But Hector puts on his rolling abdominal stretch that Dutch still calls the jalapeno roll and gets the pin. 1, 2, 3. And Hector Guerrero is on a roll here, people, picking up another big win. So from here, we're going to get a replay of what's happened here. Hector's going to shake the man's hand. What a great display of sportsmanship here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And we get a replay of the jalapeno roll, and Hector picks up the win. And we're going to go here to a local promo with our favorite wrestler, Tim Horner, along with Primetime Brian Lee and the Fantastics. They're talking about a big match or big show coming up April 4th in Oakwood, Virginia.
Fans, we'll be back to the action of Smoky Mountain Wrestling here on Oak Hill Channel 4 in just a moment. First, we want to tell all of our wrestling fans around Oakwood, Virginia, at the Garden High School on Saturday, April 4th at 7:30, an outstanding card of Smoky Mountain Wrestling. The big main event, a grudge match. Primetime, Brian Lee is going to get it on against Dirty Dutch Mantell. Brian?
Bob, the name says it all. Grudge match. Dirty Dutch Mantell, I've been this close every time I've been around you. But in Oakwood, Virginia, I will catch up with you. And when I put that cancellation on you, I can guarantee you it's going to be lights out, 1, 2, 3. And all you wrestling fans, get ready to see a fight in Oakwood.
All right, fans, in tag team action, it's going to be the Fantastics against Nature Boy Buddy Landell and Jimmy Golden.
You know, we're so excited about coming to Oakwood, Virginia. You know, we're going to get out there. We're going to do the best we can. When we look out, we want to see all those seats filled because we're going to shake hands with all the great fans, hug all those pretty young ladies, because with your support, we're going to be flying high.
All right, Bobby Fulton.
You know, a lot of times people overlook me because of my size, but one place I won't be overlooked, that's right here on Oak Hill Channel 4 with Smoky Mountain Wrestling, and right there at the Garden High School, Saturday night, April the 4th. Me and my brother, we're fired up and excited about it like I know White Lightning Tim Horner is, and Brian Lee's going to get his opportunity to get a little revenge on Dirty Dutch Mantell. But Nature Boy Buddy Landell and Jimmy Golden, Bob, you know he's caused some problems for us here at Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Well, he's went out and got the biggest mouth in wrestling. That's Nature Boy Buddy Landell to take on the Fantastics. Well, hey, don't sell us short, boys, because when we come in there, we're going to come there with 4 barrels loaded. You better be ready.
Special challenge match, fans. White Lightning Tim Horner against Dirty White Boy, and Mr. Ron Wright's going to be in the corner.
You know, the cards and letters been coming in from Virginia for a long time, wanting Smoky Mountain Wrestling to come there. Well, we're finally coming. Garden High School, we're going to blow the lid off that thing when Smoky Mountain Wrestling comes to town. And Dirty White Boy, don't think for 1 minute you're going to have a cakewalk, because I'm coming in there for one thing, and that's the TCB, take care of business. You know, you think you're a little cocky and you've been coming in running roughshod everybody since you got a manager sitting in your corner. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll keep my eye on him, and for sure I'll keep my eye on you in Oakwood.
All right, so to go over that quickly, Brian Lee guarantees that he's putting the cancellation on Dutch. The Fantastics, specifically Jackie Fulton, he vows to hug all the pretty young ladies in Oakwood, and he wants the seats all filled up to see them wrestle their tag team match. Bobby Fulton apparently got told that they had 2 minutes for this promo, and he tried to take up the whole 2 minutes. And, you know, so this way Tim Horner didn't have to talk. Unfortunately, Bobby Fulton did not quite take up the full 2 minutes by himself, so we had to hear from our favorite whipping boy, Tim Horner. Honestly, it was not the worst Tim Horner promo we've ever heard. I don't want to say it's good, but, you know, it was perfectly acceptable considering the standards that we have set for Tim Horner. All right, so we come back here, and Jim Cornette is going to talk to us about, he's going to finally introduce us to his mystery team in the tag team tournament. This is a little bit of a longer clip here, but, you know, it's worth it. Let's go to it right now.
All right, fans, this is something we've been waiting for. Jim Cornette, where's your tag team?
Look at this place. It looks like the green room at an acid flashback. I've never seen such ugly people in my life. I had a little problem with it. Well, I tell you what, just show this videotape. I want the people to see the tape, and then you'll understand what I'm talking about. I had a little problem.
Hello, wrestling fans. I'm Phil Rainey, and we're with Smoky Mountain Wrestling, and we have our cameras here in Knoxville, Tennessee, where Jim Cornette has promised to appeal to you wrestling fans and to the world his tag team.
Now, how does it feel, Randy, first of all, to be in the lap of luxury like this, to be in this opulence, to be in these surroundings? You're not used to this stuff.
I'm really impressed.
You
yes.
drive an Opel Kadett, don't you? Well, what I am here today to do is let you in on a big moment in history. You are fixing to meet up with the greatest tag team in the universe. I am taking you to their exclusive training location. They are out right now working on strategy, training, working out, and we're going to be there in just a few minutes, and you are going to see the next Smoky Mountain Wrestling Tag Team Champions. As a matter of fact, hey, we're coming up on the training location now. Hey, isn't that great? Look at that.
Hooters, that's not a training location.
Hey,
there,
these
Cornette.
guys do their best work there. Hey, driver, Herd, pull over to the side. Boy, this guy's a lousy driver. Okay, Rainey, now listen up. You're going to meet the greatest tag team in the universe today. I've gone to a lot of trouble, a lot of expense to make sure we have a nice, quiet little interview. I've rented the whole place out so we won't be disturbed. So what I want you to do is watch your table manners. Don't order anything too expensive, and we'll have a nice, quiet little interview if you won't interrupt us.
All right.
Now let's get on over here and find out where...
The party's already started, guys. Come on in.
Party?
Party? I didn't ask for any party. I just wanted a nice, quiet interview.
I can't believe they're already here.
What the heck?
They're here. They're here.
Rainey, let's get to the bottom of this. Have you spilled the beans?
You brought me out here for a quiet interview.
You spilled the beans.
There's no way. Cornette, you're trying to get... I can't see anybody. There's no way in the world I'm going to risk my life going in that melee. We'll have to do this interview some other time. I am not going to get involved in all of that.
I didn't see anything but a bunch of girls there.
You see, the problem is that it's been so long since the women in this part of the country have seen a real man. Their hormones went south. They didn't know what to do. That is the problem when bringing a couple of superstars like this out in a public place. So next week, I'm going to try it again, but this time I'm going to make it a little more private. I got a special location all picked out, and that way these hillbillies won't be able to yell and scream all their derogatory remarks, and at the same time, all these women will not be able to harass us anymore. Next week, I'll have a tape out here of my tag team.
All right, fans, we'll try it again next week, and we'll be back right after we take this time out.
Oh, man, what bad luck for Corny here. You know, he's here, he's trying to be a stand-up gentleman here. You know, he wants to show everybody his great tag team, and he goes out of his way. He spends all this money to set up a big event at the local Hooters, and it all goes to heck here. Poor Jim Cornette. You know, he sets up the thing here. Phil Rainey is the name of the man that he goes with, and I believe Phil Rainey is like an actual local newscaster here. Don't get used to him, but so they drive up to Hooters, and I didn't notice this the first time. He calls his limo driver Herd, like, you know, Jim Herd, because, you know, I gotta point out the obvious here for people listening to this fine, lovely podcasting program. And so they go in, they do a little intro, and you see one waitress walk by and say the party has started. And Corny's like, what party? I don't want a party. I want a nice, quiet little event here. And another waitress comes running by like, oh my God, they're here. And they squeal and run by, and we go now. And apparently Phil Rainey has, you know, let people know what's going on here, as all these women are just surrounding, you know, in a circle. And we can't even see, you know, the two men. We can't even see the wrestlers because the women are just like all over, you know, them trying to get autographs and kisses and whatnot. And you know, how awful this was that, you know, everything going on, they couldn't even get the cameraman close enough to get a picture. You know, it's the worst. And, you know, Jim being the magnanimous person that Jim Cornette is, he's going to try again next week. And hopefully, fingers crossed, tap on wood, we'll be able to see his new tag team next week. Next match is in the ring. It is Hollywood Bob Holly, one-on-one with Paul Miller. Holly is, as we've discussed last week, a close personal friend of Julia Roberts. Paul Miller tries to adhere to the code of honor 10 years too early, but Holly refused to shake his hand, which made Christopher Daniels the biggest heel in Ring of Honor for a while there. So Caudle and Dutch argue whether or not the Cornette video was real and whether or not it was a setup, and that if he had actually any intention on showing his team. And, this is a show of good matches, and this was another good match. Miller looked good enough here where you kind of hope that he would get more of a push. And, his punches look good. You just saw one if you're watching along. He goes for a backdrop, but Bob Holly gives him a neck breaker, which seems to be the transition spot for every match here in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Bob is going to the top rope, and it looks like he's going for the star drop, which is the name for his missile drop kick. And actually, Holly almost lost his balance on the top rope while Paul Miller was standing up. But either way, Holly recovers, hits the missile drop kick, called, the star drop, and is declared the winner here. Bob Holly picks up the big win. And we see the replay of that here. And we're going to go here in just a second here to a big interview with the Dirty White Boy and Mr. Ron Wright. Dirty White Boy is Ron Wright's wrestler that we saw debut last week, and he's going to help Ron Wright get the money he needs for his hip and knee surgeries, and who knows what else. So let's go to them right now.
All right, and fans, here we are with Mr. Ron Wright, and of course his boy, the Dirty White Boy. What about him, Mr. Wright?
I appreciate it. I'm kind of down disheartened because, none of these fans around here seem to be getting behind this poor old broke down man. The checks are not coming in the mail. I'm kind of disappointed and hurt. I want these people to start getting out and getting it into me.
All right, you just calm down, Ron. Don't you worry about a thing. I can't believe it. Makes me sick to my stomach to see this legend sitting in this chair. Well, Ron, you don't worry about it, because later on there is going to be a tournament, and I'll go through every one of them, and I will get you out of this chair one way or another. If I can't get you out of the chair and the doctors can't get you out of this chair, I'll buy you the best gold chair there is, baby.
Fans, we'll be back right after this.
So, Mr. Ron Wright, he's disappointed because all these fans, they're not sending in their checks to help him out with the money he needs for his surgery. And it's just so wrong that y'all aren't helping out a poor, crippled old gentleman wrestler. And so now he's got the Dirty White Boy to, help him out so he can get his operation on his knee and get his hip implant and everything else that he needs. And Dirty White Boy, he's aggressive. He believes in the storyline, nothing else. And like we said last week, he was a fan of Ron Wright's. Like, this isn't, him just putting on a little bit of a show here. He does say that, Ron Wright was his idol growing up. And I guess, hey, everyone's got a favorite wrestler, right? 1 second. Sorry about that. I just figured you didn't want to hear me sneeze on the air. I've done that, more than once. All right. So after that, we're getting ready for our tag team tournament. And oh darn, hang on 1 second. Again, sorry about that. But so we're finally getting our tag team tournament here. But first, Bob and Dutch are going to talk about our first match here. They're going to tell you about the teams we're going to have, and then we'll get into the match.
That's right. Now we want to take a look at how the teams match up in the first round of our Smoky Mountain Wrestling Tag Team Championship Tournament. Now here they are, the Maulers, Rip Morgan and Jack Victory. Now Rip has been a pro for 7 years, Jack for 9 years. Their total weight is 520 pounds, and they've been a team for 3 years. Their opponents are Johnny and Davey Rich. Johnny's been a pro for 11 years, Davey for 8. Their combined weight is 450 pounds, and being cousins, they've been a team since Davey debuted in wrestling. So that's going to be a great one. Right now, let's go to the ring.
This is a first round tag team tournament match.
Alrighty, so you heard who it is. It's the Maulers, Rip Morgan and Jack Victory, in a first round Smoky Mountain Tag Team Title Tournament match against Johnny and Davey Rich, who, speaking of music that I can't play on the show, they come out to the song Too Legit to Quit, which I think came out in like 1990 or 1991. Either way, this crowd of inbred white rednecks, they're really into this rap music here. And so here we are with our tag team tournament match. So as I mentioned earlier, Britt Morgan and Jack Victory used to be known as the Royal Family. Bob Cottle and Dutch Mantella are going to talk about that.
On the Maulers now, a lot of wrestling fans out there might know Jack Victory and Rip Morgan by another name, by the Royal Family. But
that's right.
What I understand is the Queen disowned them because she didn't like some of the things they stood for. They in turn disowned her. They burnt their robes, they burnt the English flag, and they severed all ties to the empire.
Well, they're the type of individuals, they're not going to bow to anybody, no doubt about that. This is Victory in there right.
So they got disowned by the Queen, so they disowned the Queen and burned their robes, burned the flag. I'm sure that this really happened, because if it didn't really happen, you can't say it on television. You can't lie on television. That's what I've learned by watching television. It's like lying on the internet. It's probably illegal to lie on the internet. Jack Victory, who I think a lot of you might remember from the last couple of years of ECW when he was Steve Corino's manager. Before this, he actually, was a regular wrestler. He, at one point in 1989, he was in NWA, WCW, and the joke was that every masked jobber was Jack Victory, because no lie, he would wrestle 2 or 3 times a night with a different mask on, and it was the worst kept secret in wrestling that he was wrestling all these times. I hope he got paid extra for all those matches. The fans are really into the Riches here. Morgan catches Davey behind the ref's back, and Victory takes over the big clothesline. And it's obvious at one point that Bob and Dutch don't even know which Rich was which, because even though their names are on their boots, Johnny and Davey, they actually don't have their name, but their initials are on their boots. They just keep making it painfully obvious. They do not know who's in the ring, who's on the apron. But we're getting some heel heat. And while we have a few minutes to go in this match here, while you're watching along on YouTube or wherever you're watching along on, let's talk a little bit about what else is happening in wrestling. So as I said, this is March 21st. WrestleMania is, on April 5th, and nobody cares. This is the 8th WrestleMania, and after 7 years of getting mountains of press for their shows, and some years more than others. But this year, while they're getting mountains of press, no one is talking about WrestleMania. All the talk is about the ongoing sex and steroid scandals going on in the WWF. And right now, WCW is flying under the radar while they do have their steroid policy. By the way, Van Hammer and Mr. Hughes have got into voluntary steroid rehab. So, they're the first people to take that up in WCW. But WrestleMania is days away and nobody cares. And if you recall, they're in the Hoosier Dome in Indianapolis, and they've sold around 32,000 tickets, but it is well known around town how to get free tickets if you want them. So the rule of thumb basically is that if you're local, basically no one's buying tickets anymore to this show. However, people from out of town may not be aware of how easy it is to get free tickets, so they still have a chance to sell some more. I believe they ended up, they're at 32,000 now when we're talking about this. They end up with like 48,000 paid and 60,000 total, give or take. And it looked good on TV, one way or the other. It still looked good. But yeah, that wasn't. They were talking on TV about doing more than 70,000. They were not doing more than 70,000 here, people. So back in our tag team tournament here, we have the big hot tag, and they're going at it here. Johnny got the big hot tag. He slaps the sleeper on Jack Victory, but we've got a four-way brawl in the ring. And Jack Victory is going out, but somehow, Rip Morgan's boot comes off, and in the confusion, Rip Morgan hits Johnny Rich with the boot. Jack Victory falls on top of Rich, gets the pinfall, and the Maulers, yes, the Maulers are advancing to the second round of our tag team title tournament. So congrats to them. One step closer to the gold, to the 10 pounds of gold here that's up for grabs in this tournament. And so let's go now here. Actually, in about 30 seconds, because we're getting a commercial for the house show in Oakwood, Virginia, that we heard an interview for. We're going to get the interview with the Fantastics, where they're going to introduce us to their mystery partner. And I want you to think of everybody you could think of in the Smoky Mountain locker room that could be the teammate of Bobby and Jackie Fulton, and realize just how wrong you're going to be. So let's go now to that interview.
All right, fans, the moment we've been waiting for. Our big six-man bout's about to begin. We're going to find out who the Fantastics' mystery partner is.
Well, I want to tell you, Bob, we're back from Japan, that's right, and we're ready for the Koloffs and Gold, and we've got somebody here tonight, right here, that's going to take care of them. We got that six-man match. We're back from Japan, and we're ready, even though we got fined. We've got our partner, and here he is. Come on out here.
All right, brother. It's good to be back here in Knoxville. When I got the call from Bobby Fulton, I was down there working into my business, and he gave me the call and told me about what Ivan and Vladimir and Jimmy Golden did to Bobby and Jackie, and I said, brother, I'll be right there. And tonight it's going to happen. Get ready, guys. We're coming to the ring, and it's not going to be a wrestling match. It's going to be for sweet revenge. That's right, man.
All right, fans, and there they go to the ring, the Fantastics. So let's go to the ring.
Sorry to say, I just got a phone call from my two partners, the Koloffs. Both of them wives is having a baby right now. They can't be here. I don't guess it's going to be no match.
Oh, no, you can't do that.
What do you mean? That's not me. Talk to them about it.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute, Mr. Carter. You mean I come 1,000 miles and I'm not going to be able to wrestle somebody? Is that what you're saying?
Wrestle nobody knows.
Hey, and they get it on right here, fans. Jimmy Golden, they're going to take him right to the ring. And into the ring he goes. Hey, Dutch, this is not the match we thought we was going to have, but we're going to have match. Here comes the Wild Bunch.
We got a six-man going on now, friends.
Alrighty, so what happened here? The Fantastics, Bobby and Jackie, come out to introduce their partner, who is Tommy Rogers. I know they didn't actually say it in the audio. I thought they did, but they didn't. So Tommy Rogers, the original tag team partner of Bobby Fulton, is the Fantastics. He's back here. I think it's just for one night only. But yeah. And so they're ready for their six-man tag match. And all we need to complete a six-man tag is some opponents. All right. Anybody got some opponents that we can use right now? Well, Jimmy Golden has some awful news for us. Unfortunately, Ivan and Vladimir, both of their wives, I mean, it's a beautiful moment. Both of their wives at the same time are giving birth. They're both in labor. And so, unfortunately, Ivan and Vladimir, being the fine, upstanding gentlemen that they are, they're there by their wives' side while they give birth to their children. And, just a tear to a glass eye, people here. And, I gotta applaud Ivan and Vladimir for, realizing that, real life is real life. if your wives are having babies at the exact same time, you can't be here doing a six-man tag. You got to be home to help, help your wife out while she's giving birth. But anyway, so Jimmy Golden's basically saying, hey, it sucks, but there's not going to be a match. Tommy Rogers is like, motherfucker, I came over 1,000 miles to come here for this match today. You're having a match whether you like it or not. And he punches Jimmy Golden in the face. And so they end up rolling into the ring. And the Wild Bunch, yes, the Wild Bunch, the team that was going to take on the Fantastics in a couple of weeks here in the tag team title tournament, they get involved. They attack the Fantastics. And while it's not the six-man tag we thought we were going to have, we do have a six-man tag. Now, of course, eyebrows are raised. A few weeks ago, if you remember, Vladimir was called back to Russia during, before one of the matches. But shockingly, amazingly, Vladimir was able to get back to the arena just in time. And so they do not have the best credibility, the Russians do, when they say, hey, we can't be here for this. But as the six-man tag team match goes on, and this show actually had quite a bit of good wrestling, and this was no exception to it. It's not, obviously, good wrestling in 1992 and good wrestling in 2023 are not the same. This isn't the most visually exciting good wrestling you're ever going to see. You're not having 1,000 super kicks, 150 dives out of the ring, and all this other stuff. And no, Jackie Fulton does not bleed a gusher, although this is again a Southern wrestling territory. But it's still a really good, really fun match here. By the way, elsewhere in the wrestling world, the WWF held a steroid symposium at the Plaza Hotel in New York City with Dr. Mario Di Pasquale running it. And, he goes over a lot of the misconceptions about steroids and steroid testing. And he does explain, and this is wacky for the guy in charge of what actually was legitimate steroid testing to say, is that even though they do have these tests to catch steroid use, ultimately they're still inadequate because athletes will still find ways to get around the test. There's always new ways to mask drugs, and while they're obviously trying to keep ahead of it, it's impossible to, Here in the match, by the way, they're working over, I think it's Jackie Fulton in the ring. He's the taller one. Jimmy Golden and the Wild Bunch are here. And I mean, what are the odds, by the way, that both Ivan and Vladimir, both of their wives are pregnant, and not only that, they're both giving birth at the exact same time. And I mean, how great, right? It's so sweet. It's so nice here. And we're getting our fun little six-man tag here. By the way, also this week in wrestling, by the way, Jackie Fulton just did a crazy dive over the top rope that wasn't even seen on camera. All of a sudden, Billy Black is on the ground, and suddenly Jackie Fulton comes flying into your picture. By the way, everyone is expecting Hulk Hogan to be back around SummerSlam. No one believes that WrestleMania 8 is going to be his last match. They all believe that he's going to be back around SummerSlam to finally get his big pay-per-view win over Ric Flair. Little do we know. Also, well-known WCW referee Nick Patrick was in the hospital after a nasty car accident where he got hit by a Mack truck, I believe it was. And they say that his life probably was saved by his airbag as it went off and, cushioned the blow. And he was stuck there, they said, for a few hours He broke his leg, his wrist, and several ribs. And of course, we all know Nick Patrick would come back and continue to referee on to the mid-aughts, maybe even the end of the 2000s in WCW and WWE. We got a six-way free-for-all going on here in our main event six-man tag. I know we're all shocked that this would be what happened here. We get a double drop kick here on Tommy Rogers. One of the Fultons got thrown outside. Jimmy Golden has Jackie Fulton up for a body slam, but Tommy Rogers comes off the top rope with a drop kick to Fulton. He falls back, and the Fultons have pinned Jimmy Golden. And the babyfaces pick up the win in this substitute main event. And the heels are not happy. And, you know, we're getting a big six-man brawl here. Billy Black just gave Bobby Fulton a moonsault of all things. And it's like one of those things that like just kind of got ignored by the crowd. And, you know, just another wild brawl here. And, you know, almost everybody in this match are wearing plain black trunks. Tim Horner in his Zubaz come out to make the save, you know, because the heels are winning this fair fight. And now Tim Horner is here to make it an unfair fight, 4-on-3, and earn it off. Let's go to an interview with Jimmy Golden.
Fans, we'll be back to the action of Smoky Mountain Wrestling on Oak Hill Channel 4, the heart of West Virginia, in just a moment. First, we want to tell you about the outstanding card of wrestling you'll be seeing at the Garden High School in Oakwood, Virginia, on Saturday, April 4th at 7:30. Now, the big main event, primetime Brian Lee against Dirty Dutch Mantell. We'll talk to Dutch in just a moment. But in tag team action, the Fantastics against Nature Boy Buddy Landell and this man right here, Jimmy Golden. Jimmy?
I'm going to tell you, I've heard these Fantastics stand out here and run their mouth about how good they are. Well, boys, you're in for a real surprise. Buddy Landell and myself are going to step in the ring with you two punks. We're going to give you a real wrestling lesson up there in Virginia, West Virginia, wherever it's at up there in them hills. It don't make no difference to us, boys, because me and Landell's got us quite a reputation around these here parts, and when we get through with you boys, you're going to have to agree with it.
All right, and Dirty Dutch Mantell. Dutch, hey, this is going to be a big main event. It's going to be a grudge match, and primetime Brian Lee, he's going to be prime.
Let me ask you something. Is that your real hair, or does it just lay
Part
that
of it,
way? Well,
part of
first of all, let me talk about those hills of West Virginia and Virginia. I don't like none of it up there, because you don't have indoor plumbing, for one thing. You all run around, you look like the darlings on the Andy Griffith Show, and you're all walking around looking like a bunch of idiots, which you are, and I don't have to tell you. But Brian Lee, for you people who haven't seen Brian Lee up close, you know, he looks a lot better on television than he does in person. When you see him in person, he looks a little bit like the humpback of Notre Dame. But I'm going to tell you, people who've never seen him up close, you're going to see him twice in Oakwood. You're going to see him for the first and last time. Now, I'm not going to chase you, Lee, all around that building, all down the street to get you back into the ring. So quit running. Come in there and be a man. It ain't nothing to me to whoop a man. It ain't nothing to me. I whoop one before I get up in the morning, before I go to bed at night, because that's my job, to beat people up. So, Brian Lee, bring your ugly-looking, egg-sucking, low-life carcass down to that ring, and you're going to leave a beaten man in Oakwood, Virginia. Mark my words.
That's Saturday, April 4th, fans. See you then.
We're just going to keep on with Bullet Bob.
The Koloffs have run out on their match for the Fantastics. They're going to be fined $500, and they won't wrestle in this tag team tournament until they pay that $500, Bob.
All right, fans, and that's a ruling from Commissioner Bob Armstrong. That's going to wrap it up for this week. We'll see you next week right here on Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Don't forget our big main event next week, the Fantastics against the Wild Bunch. That and more action next week, fans, on Smoky Mountain Wrestling. We'll see you then.
Spoiler alert, that match does happen. So yeah, the other thing was just, you know, your standard local promo, talking people into the crowd, into the audience. Buddy Landell. Jimmy Golden cutting a good promo for the tag team match with him and Buddy Landell versus the Fantastics. Dutch just his promo for the match with Brian Lee. Yeah, pardon me. And then the show ends with Bullet Bob announcing that he's fining the Koloffs and saying that they will not wrestle in the tag team tournament unless they pay their fine. So that should be interesting, because they're scheduled to have their match in 2 weeks. But, you know, we'll see what happens in 2 weeks in episode 11. But that's it for episode, actually, Sorry, it's going to be episode 10. That's going to be it for episode 8. Sorry. And so I want to thank everybody for listening. And, hope you have a great rest of your weekend and a good next week.